Is it working now? Hey, my mic's working again. Ah, goddamn loud chair. Howdy, howdy. I am still getting some things set up on the back end, because I am a lazy person. Forget password. Yes, that's me. And get a verification code? Like, I clicked sign in on my phone. Is that not enough? This is something I should have done before I did my pre-stream poo. Perfect. That doesn't even show anything I really need. Forget why I even bothered to open that. Papa. I gotta pull up the tabs of what I'm talking about. And actually make sure my building camera is set up. Studio mode, so you don't see what I'm doing. How is everyone's Saturday? No, it's not supposed to be Droid Cam. Is that not plugged in? Fuck! There we go. I wasn't even looking up. I was just looking to the right super far. Wow, that room light is really spotlighty here. Oh. Good times. Anyways, that's the kit I'm building today. It's going to be a lot of... Oh, wait, I haven't even switched over yet. I just made sure my camera was right. It's a good thing I always do this stuff stone, right? Makes it better. How long has that been? 20 minutes? Nice. Nice. But I'm gonna have to be very careful with showing what I show. It's about anime. This one should be fine. Don't autoplay. I pause you for a fucking reason. Oh yes, I definitely want to cover that video. Also, if you guys want to hear specific topics, you're free to recommend. Bookmarks. That's a funny thread. Talk about that again. Oh, we're probably going to talk about Korea. Definitely going to talk about stream elements as well. Well, it looks like there's 4 people listening. Quiet in chat, which is nothing wrong. Thumbnails. A new EA patent. I got a bunch of stuff I can talk about. Just a matter of getting it all actually set up. God, ooh, politics, that'll be fun. Close the bookmarks. Well, I don't think they just randomly check in on stuff. I think they hear ahead of time of the different topics I'm going to be talking about, but I'm kind of keeping it a little quieter about what I plan to do next streams, kind of thing. That way the people showing up are people actually interested in what I have to say. But hey, if people want to clip me out of context, go right ahead. Spread my name. Let's... Oh yeah, I gotta... This is a building stream, not just a regular stream. What's the cutting? Huh. It's not where I normally keep it. Well, rip desk, I guess. Just needing to get the box ready. There's going to be a lot of crinkling because plastic. And I don't have an ASMR microphone, so deal, I guess. So this is the model I'm going to be building. Magnamon. Now you know how Santa Claus feels? What? Oh, that is getting picked up by my microphone. Nice. Got some stickers and instructions. I love those fucking ooh eyes they do for the heads and stuff. Wait, I don't need this box. I need this paper. And I will need those stickers. And we're set up. Take out a little more, actually. Good enough. Good enough. I wish I had more desk space, but work with what you got. Doesn't quite. Oh, it fits. Hope it's not pushing any buttons. Doesn't look like I've been dropping any frames so far. So that's pretty good. Oh, don't open that program. Don't you love misclicking? I'm trying to get a video ready. There. Who doesn't love a whole lot of unpreparedness? I can re-enable that. I'm almost ready to get started with the second. Yay. I probably should have been doing this in the chatting screen to start off with, but whatever. Whatever. Oh, god damn it. I don't have a button for the buildings. Little more delay before I start talking about loneliness. Okay. It's always weird for me to try and think of how am I actually going to start off a segment. Well, I don't script myself. It's all off the cuff. Anyway, there's a lot of alienation in this world that we live in. A lot more people these days are feeling more isolated. They don't interact with as many people as people used to. A lot of it's attributed to the the invention of the internet, where we're able to connect with a whole lot more people, but then at the same time, it gives you less of an excuse to go out and interact with people IRL, which leads to a feeling of isolation. There's a lot more factors that go into this, and obviously I don't remember all of them off the top of my head. But we're going to be going over a video that a psycho sloth put out while I start building this model. So, we're going to see what she has to say. She put out a video titled, "Watch This If You're Lonely." And in fact, make that a little bigger. Okay, let's get into it. Let's see what Psycho has to say. Hey, nice. To start off, I do want to say that's what I kind of hope for when I go into these types of videos. I'd rather not see people just lean into the fantasy world, and I know that's pretty ironic coming from a VTuber, but even behind this avatar, I'm still a real person. I feel the same things everybody feels. It's it's a universal experience at this point. I can sort of see where people come with that, but I haven't personally really had the worry of like I feel like people would judge me if I went for a walk on my own or some kind of thing. I enjoyed taking solo walks. I enjoyed going to see a movie on my own where it's like was before I actually made social connections to go see those movies with other people. And I mean, I would still enjoy seeing a movie, but it just wasn't quite the same experience as going out with a bunch of friends to see the new favorite movie everybody is talking about. And I'm a basic bitch. I'm a basic bitch, so that's Marvel. Me too. Is she? I was hearing her right. She was referring to like going into voice chats online. Personally, I find that kind of helps having the voice chat available for or having the voice chats in my Discord server. I do personally have people I can spend time with IRL and get outside of the house some, but it's still nice to be able to just have people to talk with. I don't necessarily see how that's particularly an issue. She does raise the point of it becoming an echo chamber, though I do like to think that I don't quite build an echo chamber. I allow dissenting opinion and thought. I mean, unless you're a Nazi. Valid. That that is actually fairly true from my understanding of things. I'm not the greatest knife user. Don't judge me too hard. Um, but yeah, if you're surrounding yourself with people who have you constantly second guessing yourself, it's just going to lead to a negative mental health space and ultimately hurt you in the long run. But what do I know? I'm just a high school dropout on the internet. Yeah, a lot of people don't act, and it does sound counterintuitive, but there is a point where focusing in on your own hobbies and growing yourself as a person can attract the interest of other people when you go out into the world. Like, not everybody is going to care that I've built a ton of different model kits, but I have seen people who have Digimon figures or not figures, like stickers or something like that on their bags and stuff. And then I think that could be a person I could actually say, "Hey, I've built a Beelzemon model," and they'll be like, "Oh, I actually know who that is. That's awesome." Also, "Hey, Joestar, yeah, been a while." True. Uh, I do see where she's coming from here, but I do think that there is still a importance to having these, even if they're parasocial, spaces to actually interact with people, because a lot of people in the world don't really have others in their life that they can go and talk to. So the only social connection that they get is through online connection. So I do think it's a bad thing to fall into a dependence of that online connection, but I get where people come from where they want to, engage with just that. I do think they should still take the time to, take steps towards getting a little more social interaction going on. After all, we are social creatures, and that's pretty important for our mental health. There was another point I was going to say, but I forget. Tell me. Oh shit! I put the thing in the wrong order. Oh no, I didn't. This is very, very true because I'm gonna be real. A lot of the shit talking that happens on Twitter tends to stay on Twitter until you bring it to other platforms yourself. Hell, I mean, largely most of the people listening to me right now wouldn't even know that I had been canceled on Twitter unless I didn't mention it. And there is a thing about echo chambers existing in the online spaces. Wait, you can't hear the video? Fuck me.
To a cycle where you see.
Cool. We gotta start this segment over. Oh, we're like 3 minutes into a 7-minute video. Feels bad to start this over at this point. But it wasn't recording the audio either. I was only hearing it on my end. Okay, so I don't know how to handle this situation. I don't even have captions on. You know what? Stand still. Goddamn. Don't you just love it when you get like halfway through recording a segment and then realize that the video you're responding to hasn't been played for anybody else? So we're going to start the video over. We got about halfway through the video, but well, I got halfway through the video. The chat just listened to me respond to nothing. Anyways, we're going to be talking about loneliness and ways to cope with that. We're going to be listening to a Psycho Sloth over on YouTube. I believe she's also on Twitter. Yes, she's on Twitter. Check her out there and her YouTube for sure. Video will be in the description when my response comes out.
Hi, it's Sai, and
Hi.
You're not alone. Today I wanted to discuss the loneliness epidemic while building this Pokemon figurine. And no, this isn't going to be a doomer video essay where
Model building solidarity.
I talk about how the world is going to explode. Let's be productive and actually discuss some ways to cope, okay? This is the Re-Ment Pokemon Terrarium collection by Happy Namaichi, which I purchased from the Pokemon Center in Japan. There's tons of statistics that I could throw at you, but I'm sure you've seen them, so let's get started.
Not only have a lot of people seen the statistics she's talking about, a lot of people just won't have that sink in. They don't want to actually go through the effort of reading them all, figuring it out. A lot of people just want to hear somebody else talk about it, which makes sense. Like, I get that. I do that too. I listen to a lot of podcasting.
The older I get, the more I realize that what I used to attribute as loneliness was really boredom, or maybe a fear of being judged. I never wanted to sit alone while eating or go for a jog by myself because I was afraid someone would judge me. Nowadays, I think it's funny. I feel less lonely on my own than when I'm in a voice channel. I think the more we make our hobbies who we are,
there is something to be said about the alienation of not having a person in the room talking with you when you're actually like in a voice channel, as opposed to literally talking to nobody. I sort of get where she's coming from, but I do personally enjoy hanging out in the voice chats in my Discord server. Like, literally, before this stream, I was in voice chat procrastinating for this stream. But to be fair, if I just started all my segments right at the start of stream, not as many people, or a lot of more people, would have missed the stuff that I started talking about. Then again, VODs are out there. So, I'm on a tangent.
the more we're crushed and we no longer feel that sense of community. I used to wrap my entire personality around being a gamer, keeping up on the latest news, titles, ranking up. Unfortunately, spaces like that become something of an echo chamber, which meant it eventually became more toxic. And I didn't really want to be friends.
There is something to be said about just having the ideas you've already have set in your head and just going in your ways and then not actually learning from new information. I do think sticking in those echo chambers can be quite a bit of can turn into quite a problem, but I think they definitely can be handled in a relatively healthy way. At least I like to think so in my biases. Is that not going on? Is that that's the right way? Pog.
Friends with the kind of person that cares more about numbers on a screen than our actual friendship. So
yeah, there's going to be tons of people out there, especially in the VTuber scene, who just care about the numbers they have on Twitter. C210, B230. And they care less about the people they directly interact with. But that's like a very hard thing to convey, really. Like, you can really enjoy somebody, but not message them every day. For me, I'm terrible at messaging people. But there's a lot of people I definitely think very positively of. I just don't DM a lot of people. I get a decent amount of DMs on my own, but I recognize that I do need to work on, sending the first DM kind of thing.
Oh, I had to remove a lot of people from my life. I know it's hard, but look closely at the people who surround you. If they make you feel bad most of the time, then they're probably contributing to your loneliness. If you find that to be the case, my recommendation is to embrace being alone just a little bit and reclaim your freedom to do that. It might sound counterintuitive.
This does actually sound counterintuitive to start, but she has a very good point that, focus on yourself and people that will attract people's attention. Focusing on yourself and building your hobbies is what gets you to appear more interesting to other people, where you have stories to tell of the things you enjoy that you're enthusiastically talking about. That's what people respond to positively when you're enthusiastic about something. That said, there is the line too much of a good thing. You can be overly enthusiastic. The context matters. Like, read the room. If somebody's responding to you low energy, but they're positively talking about the same kind of interest you have, random example, Pokemon. If you're in a conversation about Pokemon and they're just kind of low energy, it doesn't quite match the tone of the conversation for you to be overly enthusiastic at that time, kind of thing.
But putting all of your energy into someone who doesn't want to return it can make it feel like you're screaming at a brick wall. Instead, carve out intentional time to make yourself unavailable to other people, whether it be friends or family, and use this time to just quiet your brain. Try to realize no one is judging you, and if they are, they're probably an asshole anyways.
True. I don't personally worry too much if people are judging me, because I actually know for a fact that people are judging me right now. I don't care that much. I make my content by sharing my opinions online. It's a bit more of a inherently judged position, because you're making all your stances and positions open to the public. You're putting yourself out there, making commentary, and, well, people are more than welcome to respond however they wish. POV me judging you right now.
Learn to love being alone, and it will be life-changing, I promise. Now I want to talk about social media. If you haven't done a social media detox, or at least turned off your notifications, then make that the top of your priority list. As we know, lonely people tend to seek out social media, but we also know that that doesn't tend to end well for them. I don't think social media is social anymore. It's kind of naive to believe that the early internet chaos would last forever, but what we've been left with is a society barren of third places and community centers, as well as a digital world that's been stripped of all creativity and connection.
I would definitely blame that on the capitalistic system we live in that's so profit oriented that you have to make money off of literally everything because money drives the economy and all that jazz. And that has just led to more isolation and alienation in the world we live in. Yay! It.
For the chronically online, which is most of our generation, it can be really easy to attribute the many shares and likes on hateful content as the standard of our society. In reality,
A lot of people take the trends and whatnot on Twitter, take the broad opinions put out, and get lots of likes. A lot of people don't realize that most people in this world are not on Twitter. They've got better things to do than argue online. For me, well, it is fun to argue online. I just wish I had more time to do it. Yay, Magnamon's head.
you're just seeing an echo chamber of bad people agree with each other. And the more of a reaction you have to this content, the more the algorithms will feed you. If you're a worried or anxious person, this quickly leads to a cycle where you think the people around you are dangerous and you're just going to want to be alone. Our prehistoric monkey brains don't do well with digital spaces. They see it as some sort of a voluntary.
Hot take, the internet was just as toxic as back then. Yeah, I agree with that actually. I've been around the internet for most of my life. I think I first got access to it when I was like 13. That's just when my parents first got a computer. But it had been around. Well, no, I was looking up what was it? Game winners? God, I can't even remember. It was a very long time ago. It was before the time of game FAQs. But tangent. There's a lot of people that just see the internet now and they're just recently accessing it. So they think it's like a new thing, especially within the VTuber scene. Since the VTuber scene is pretty young, a lot of people joining it, which are also happen to be Zoomers, they would think that it's something new. But in reality, it's just more people getting attention to it, and therewith come the toxic traits of humans en masse. Because everybody's different. Everybody's a snowflake. I used to connect with friends on Facebook. I stopped when I realized Facebook was just trying to occupy all my time. Yeah, I kind of drifted back away from Facebook a while ago. I'd say algorithms have rewarded a lot of toxic behaviors, but they did exist before. They're just amplified now. Yeah, like when they first existed within the online spaces, it was a lot more of I think it wasn't actually rage bait that got most of the traction in the early video days. What I remember seeing was a lot of the funny videos and stuff, like Numa Numa. But these days, yeah, I think there was even an article that put out that it was talking about how algorithms tend to push conservative talking points, because conservative talking points are a lot of frog in my throat. Conservative talking points are a lot of fear mongering, and that gets fear clicks or rage clicks, and that just builds bigotry and leads to a worse world overall. And I am grossly simplifying.
Very self-isolation torture. So we still need to give it some IRL interaction as a treat every once in a while. While this is something I myself am working on, I can definitely say it's been difficult, but worth it. I touched on this earlier, but the reduction of third spaces has been pretty devastating.
I don't have polycaps. I just realized. A1, B2, C1, C2. Oh no, I do. Yes, I do. Never mind. They're different color polycaps. I'm gonna back up so I can re-listen, because I turned in.
Difficult,
or
but
tuned out.
Worth it. I touched on this earlier, but the reduction of third spaces has been pretty devastating for our society. This article by Forbes touches a bit on this problem and mentioning the prioritization of convenience over availability of daily social interactions. Self-checkout lanes, delivery services, even work from home has caused community builders to second-guess any investments towards public spaces.
I think we definitely need to invest more in better public spaces. Like, can we go back to the original concept of malls, where it was literally everything that malls were today, except also there were housing available for people? So like, you would be not very far away from this social space, a communal gathering point. We need a lot more of that in today's societies. Like, just think about it. How far away is the closest park from where you are right now? For me, it's a few blocks.
Not to mention our infrastructure.
Which, admittedly, is not very far. But then again, in the area I'm in, there's not a whole lot of parks available. I just happen to live near the closest one. And even then, there's not a lot of community events that I even go to. It's hard to organize. It's hard to schedule. But you gotta figure out what kind of communal event that you would want to see. And if you don't see one in your community, you can always organize one. And promote it on places that allow promotion of that. Look, I was able to successfully organize at least 2 cosplay cosplay picnics in a big park in like the downtown area of my city. I just posted on the local conventions forum that, hey, I want to do this thing at this time, and I'm going to show up in cosplay and have a picnic, and if anybody wants to join me, that'd be poggers. I didn't say poggers because at the time, that wasn't a cool thing to say, even though it still isn't. I just like to say it anyways because it's funny to me. But, long story short, like 30 people showed up, and we were all cosplaying Naruto in a big public park and hanging out. We even played Red Rover. It was a pretty fun time. The possibilities are out there. I was actually pretty introverted when I did that, so it was kind of like hosting a kind of event that I had a liking of an affinity for. So anybody joining that event, albeit how niche it was, I could strike up a conversation with any of them over the common topic, Naruto.
Structure doesn't lend well to seeing friends. And as much as my autistic soul would love to hear that the world did this to create more accessible ways for me to order a pizza,
That's horseshit. It's capitalism. It's just making your life worse so that people can save money.
something tells me this is less about loneliness and more about
Capitalism.
corporate greed.
Yeah.
Human interaction isn't easy to measure, so many companies don't believe it's profitable. Not much I can say about this one. I guess if you're an extrovert, you can try to make friends in the checkout lane. Avoid self-checkout.
Yeah, pretty much. The going through a checkout with a cashier, you don't even need to go in with the intention of making a friend of that cashier or anybody in line. You just start off with just one line. You just say one thing about the purchase you're making or the weather. Literally, start small. Wash had made similar points to this. Yeah, he's talked a lot about loneliness stuff. And, well, I've heard of it. I've heard a lot of it, so I'm probably going to be repeating a fair amount of points. Because I don't remember exactly what ones he makes, but he makes a lot of good points. I heard on the radio that a lot of companies are axing self-checkout due to theft, shrinkage. Really? I've been getting the feeling that more companies are going towards self-checkout so that they don't have to employ as many people. But yeah, I totally get that there's a lot of theft with self-checkout. I've been stopped for perceived theft, which was kind of funny. If by funny, what? Oh, that way. Poggers. If by funny you mean boring.
So, what can we, the average person, do about loneliness? At the end of the day, this is a problem that's often solved by making real human connections. And that's not something I can guarantee over a YouTube video. But I can give some advice that's helped me. If you're broke, like me, you can try redirecting your feelings of loneliness towards something you've always wanted to do. Keeping yourself busy can be helpful. My dream for a long time has been a creative career. So I try to work on art, voice acting, animation. When I feel lonely, I just assign myself a task and distract myself.
God, that's literally what I'm doing right this second. But yeah, she is making a lot of great points. I'm really liking the content, and I kind of want to incentivize you guys to go check out the rest of the video, because I haven't seen an actual problem with this video whatsoever, and I think it's definitely worth checking out. Yeah, I definitely want to finish this video, but I kind of want to make a shift somewhat with how I do my reaction content. I've been doing a lot of self-reflection on that. And I'm leaning towards not fully finishing a video that I'm actually personally enjoying as the video that I want to give more. I don't want to just let's go with steal the content. This is Sai here is definitely a person worth checking out. So I'm going to make you guys finish the video on your own. Haha. But I will do some wrap-up thoughts regarding loneliness. And she was making a she made a really good point of you can't really guarantee beating loneliness or any kind of cure to it or a perfect solution that's a one size fits all. That just doesn't exist in the world we live in. Our world is just far too complicated for that. And I'm just trying to think of other things that I've done to, make friends, but I don't know if I would really recommend that to everybody. But for what it's worth, I've been in a relationship for 9 years where I met the person on Craigslist, and I've met my two best friends, like, after becoming an adult on Grinder. So, grain of salt. I think that was a pretty decent segment. What am I moving on to next? B1. Wow. What color was B1? Oh, blue. Oh yeah, there's most definitely stranger ways to make friends. I just get a lot of surprised people when I say that I met my partner on Craigslist. Understandably so, like these days there's not even a personal section on Craigslist anymore. Fun fact, I'm Arrow with a partner. Thing is, I didn't realize I was Arrow, like aromantic, until a couple years ago. And when I was searching for a relationship, I was actually in my opinion, misguided because I was looking to fill my social connection role because I didn't have very many friends at the time. For quite a few years, it's just been me and my partner. We just haven't really gone out to make a lot of friends, mostly because I don't really do that a lot. Ah, uh, duh, duh, duh. What I do have though is a couple of really good friends that I hang out with every other weekend, which is largely why I stream on Sundays, or I stream later, or it's a shorter stream that weekend. Like largely I didn't stream last weekend because I wanted to spend A, time with my friends, and B, time with my partner. Now I want A2. Aha. Most connections I've made haven't ended up as friendships. I've been friendly with a lot of people, but I'm also a very personable person. I can get along with and work with most people. Unless they're just brazen dickbags, then I don't even bother being friendly. But even if they're like a little bit of an asshole, I'll tend to be the friendly person in the interaction. Largely because if you're a dick, or if they're being a dick to you and then you be a dick back, the world just sees two dicks. Heh. But if they're being a dick to you and you're not being a dick back, they just see a dick. Get get in there. Giggity. Wyatt. This is the right way. Right? So when two dicks collide, it's a dick bag? No, that's called fraudage. Banned off YouTube. Come on. Alright, damn it. I know it doesn't go that way. Why? Piss! Good thing I'm not doing a segment right now. Oh! Oh! Hey, May, how you go? Ah! How's it going? Yeah, that's how far I am. Congrats again on partner, by the way. Or no, you just hit 1,000, right? I'm doing pretty good, pretty good. Debating what topic I want to get into next. You're quite welcome. Your content does have quite a bit of appeal. I mean, Minecraft is a big audience. Um, I'm going to have to do something funky. Boom. Okay, we're not going. Okay, we're not going to be watching Attack on Titan. We're going to be talking about anime dubs and are they cringe or not? We're going to be going into the sub or dub argument, discourse, however you like to phrase it. Personally, I prefer the dubs. I like to be able to just audibly hear what is actually happening in a situation. Mostly because a lot of the time I'm watching like an anime or a show in general. I don't want to have to be relying on subtitles to know what's going on, largely because I'm eating at that time and I miss a lot of context that way. A lot of the time. It's kind of frustrating. A point I will say that I think there's a bit of elitism regarding people who say the dubs are bad because the voice actors are cringe. I can't prove this because I don't speak Japanese, but I honestly get the vibe that these people don't understand Japanese, so they don't realize that a lot of Japanese voice actors are just like English voice actors and equally as corny at times. You just don't understand the language. For dubs too, I feel like I can read fast enough. Can always don't always feel like I can read fast enough for subtitles. Yeah, like that's another thing where it could be a lot of subtitles appearing on the screen and you just can't keep up sometimes. Like the dubs, because English voice acting is heavily underestimated and also heavily underappreciated. Agreed. Big agreed there. Oh, right. This video is by Nasu. Let's listen about some dubs. Let me know if it's too quiet or too loud.
In life, there exist two things
I just want to say, am I the only one who thinks of Attack on Titan whenever I hear the Toy Story song, You Got a Friend in Me?
that are absolute. The McDonald's ice cream machine not working, and anime fans arguing over the right way to watch anime. English dubbed, or the original Japanese voices with subtitles. It's a war that actually dates back all the way to ancient Greece. In fact, famous philosopher Socrates went on record.
Really? It goes back to ancient Greece. Okay. I want to see where this rabbit hole goes.
To say, I watch my anime dubbed. If I wanted to read, then I'd pick up a fucking manga. It didn't
That's a true quote. I was there. Source is me.
take long for word to spread through the city of Athens, and the court sentenced Socrates to death for his wrong opinions, forcing him to ingest poison and giving him ample time to reflect on his heinous crimes against humanity. Many more battles would be fought over the coming years. The blood of dub and sub enjoyers alike would paint the streets of Reddit threads and Twitter reply sections. As anime grew increasingly popular, the feud grew to be more civil, but it still continues to this day. Now it's only discussed by the most refined and sophisticated individuals. Huh?
Oh, I do need
What,
me too.
what do I think about it? Have a seat. Let's talk. For the people who started watching anime in the early 2000s, there weren't many out.
Oh my god, Cowboy Bebop was so goddamn good. I'm gonna go off on a tangent just because I saw this scene for a second. I've met Stephen Blum and I got him to sign my shirt. God, he's a friendly dude. I'll be fair, I did meet him at a anime convention where he was just signing autographs and stuff, like typical whatever, but he was a friendly dude. I like talking with him. And Cowboy Bebop is a banger. If you haven't watched it, you should. Especially if you can find like a remaster of it.
Options for you to get your
Okay,
fix.
back
Like
to
most
building.
kids my age, I was introduced to anime through Toonami, which obviously
Ew.
aired with English dubbing. To youngins back then, anime were just cartoons. This thing is a jelly donut. People go to the Shadow Realm when they die, and
Yeah, that's just how life is. That's what's up. Did you not know this stuff? But yeah, I do kind of remember a time where like Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, whatever else was shown they just felt like cartoons. People didn't really distinguish anime from Western cartoons. It's all cartoons. It just changes who who is creating the art. I just have to clarify that I need the dubs to be right. The Silver Moon dubs from the 90s were so wrong. What? I don't know anything about that. I actually haven't watched a whole lot of Sailor Moon. I have heard a lot of complaints about the 4Kids dub of One Piece. I've heard that was heavily modified. I know even the Yu-Gi-Oh dub, they changed like guns in the show to be walkie-talkies. That was pretty funny. I will say Digimon is based for actually showing kids punching each other. Cuz like they showed it and they got away with it. I remember TK decking the Digimon master Ken.
Sonic is proud to be an American.
By the dawn's early light.
The only
What the fuck? That has to be edited. This video is such a banger.
anime we had access to in the States were the ones that Western companies licensed and dubbed for American television. If you wanted to watch something that wasn't passed through that filter, then you had to get your hands dirty. Now,
God, I started Naruto in the Zabuza arc, and in my opinion, it was all downhill from there. Still a good series overall, but I really enjoyed the Zabuza arc. It was peak.
No, I never dabbled in torrenting. I was too scared to download a virus onto the dusty ass family computer. But
Do what you want, cause a pirate is free. You are a pirate.
I never really had to, because in the late 2000s, anime streaming services started to pop up. Just take your pick of countless different, definitely not illegal websites, and immediately gain access to hundreds or even thousands of new anime. This introduced me to shows.
I believe Gabe Newell said it best, where you provide a service that's better than the piracy services, and then people are just not going to pirate. So that's a thing.
That I never would have seen otherwise. Shows that
14.
never aired outside of Japan and thus had no English dub. For
What?
major series like Naruto
Oh,
and One
there.
Piece, I continued to watch them in English on TV until I noticed a discrepancy. Why is the newest episode of Naruto on Toonami 50 episodes behind this random website? And then I realized it. Anime comes from Japan. Dubbing takes time. If I just watch it in Japanese, I unlock dozens of new episodes and can actually catch up with the show. From that point on,
Or you can be patient. It's personal preference. There is no actual, this one is better than the other. It's literally subjective. It's art. It's subjective.
I ditched the TV, put on my straw hat, and became a full-time pirate. Toonami was doing its thing, but the fan subbers were putting up LeBron numbers. The sheer breadth of content that became available to you by watching subbed was simply outmatched, so I started watching all my anime in Japanese. And that's the story for a lot of anime fans. Started out as dub watchers, but jumped to subbed so they can further immerse themselves in the medium. This is less so the case for people who got into anime more recently. With the international success of shows like Attack on Titan and My Hero Academia, there came a much greater precedent to make anime more easily accessible outside of Japan. Legit streaming services like Funimation, Verve, and Crunchyroll were launched. The websites sucked, but they were legit, and more importantly, convenient. We got simulcasting with Japan. Almost every new anime had a dub. We even got an anime that aired here before it did in Japan. At this point,
I remember watching My Hero Academia as it was coming out, and that was one of the animes that was dub and sub available at the same time, and I just watched the dub. It's literally use if you want people to not do a thing, then you incentivize them to do the thing you want them to. It's not a hard concept.
it was entirely practical to be a seasonal anime fan only watching dubs, yet so many English speakers still stuck to reading subtitles. Why? The common belief seems to be that the Japanese voice actors are just better. Their casting and delivery is always on point. They perfectly capture the very essence of each character and put in significantly more emotion and effort in their performances than their English counterparts.
I just want to know how many people that speak Japanese and English make this argument. I just want to know. I'm just asking.
I think that's a load of bullshit. Voice acting is a much more prestigious industry in Japan. They have dedicated schools for voice actors where they undergo rigorous training, and even then, jobs aren't guaranteed. The most successful VAs are celebrities in their own right, whose fame in Japan rivals those of some of Hollywood's finest. The bar for entry is much higher than it is over here. But Japan's high standard doesn't necessarily mean that America has low standards.
I think this might just be my white ass bias, but I think it's just a cultural standard given their high, I don't know how to phrase it. There's a lot of hard work culture, to my knowledge, in Japan, which tends to create higher quality stuff, but that doesn't make it inherently higher quality. It's higher quality because of the culture, not that the Japanese specifically made it. There are some people, I call them weeaboos, and yes, I know that's ironic coming from a VTuber. They just think Japan is inherently better. It's weird. It's just weird. We're all people. We're all products of the environments we are raised in.
You know what? Let me put you guys on to some fire dubs. Here, listen.
Iris! Ah!
That was one of the animes that got me started watching anime. I know because that's not actually an anime. That's from Magnamon X4.
No,
PlayStation 1 game.
this isn't happening. There's no reason for me to go on. What? What am I fighting for?
Hold.
This is also a problem of going with third parties to dub things that they just don't care about. A lot of the there's a lot of social wealth that comes with voicing popular characters. That's, if I'm not mistaken, it's a regular custom in Japanese culture to discontinue a character in a series when the voice actor has passed away. Like, as far as if I'm not correct, or if I am correct, the Japanese really don't like recasting of voices. I don't know 100%, so this is me all coming out, pulling out of my ass, so grain of salt.
Hold on. I got another one. Peep this one.
I'm not weeaboo enough to know exactly what this one is. I was just impressive with the Mega Man one because I played that game as a kid.
I love you!
All right, you got me. I'm not the biggest fan of
I'm gonna be real, I don't think that I love you line was that bad. I guess I just have low standards. I am white after all.
dubs either, but I still reject the idea that all anime is inherently better by being in Japanese. Like, if I transition into a sponsor right now, would it automatically be better if I did it in Japanese? この番組はご覧のスポンサーの提供でお送
I
りします。
respect this. Do it all in Japanese.
This
Or-
video
oh,
is
it's just a
sponsored
bit.
by Factor.
Oh,
Factor
okay.
is a meal delivery service from the folks at HelloFresh that's designed to make
Okay. Best of luck with your promotion. That's where the video ends. Or the sponsorship ends.
Even though I started out watching Naruto in English, I find it difficult to return to that version of the anime. There's just
Believe it.
something about that hits different as opposed to
I agree with this point. I don't like hearing jutsu.
Fire style! Fireball jutsu!
but I think that has less to do with dubbing and more to do with anime itself. Take those examples I showed you earlier.
I would say in the Naruto example, it's a bit of culture shock, so to speak, with the different ways that the techniques are said. And I would also say that it sounds cooler to me because it's in another language. Therefore, it's different, it's new. I'm pretty sure I have seen a tattoo that said chicken noodle soup in English, and it was an Asian guy saying this means courage or something along the lines. Like I'm 100% sure I have seen that picture. I can't pull it up off the top of my head. It was very funny.
Looking at the dialogue from that Mega Man scene, I want you to read this and imagine a scene where a character is holding a loved one, screaming this at the top of their lungs, and it somehow not be cringe. And the other anime, my man's is running at a moving train with tears in his eyes, yelling that he loves someone that can't even hear him. It's cheesy, it's campy, it's melodramatic. The dub isn't what causes that, it just exacerbates it. Anime can be incredibly eccentric and over the top. That's part of the appeal. The best abridged series poke fun at this exact thing, and it's what makes a lot of the jokes land. That tongue-in-cheek nature that doesn't take itself too seriously.
Yeah, like for real, Team 4-Star really understood all of that with how they produced, or how they ended up producing their series. It got so good during the Cell Games arc. The Namek arc was also really good. Saiyans, they were finding their footing.
I made a video last year that you should watch if you haven't seen on live action anime adaptations and why I think they just don't work. Anime has its own set of tropes, archetypes, and style, all of which translate poorly to live action. I think it's a lot of the same principles at work here for why so many fans have such a visceral reaction to hearing dubbed anime. Hearing all the silly shit that's said in the average anime in a language that you actually understand makes just how exaggerated and campy everything is front and center. When you're watching with subtitles, the Japanese voices act as a kind of barrier between what's being said and what's being understood. If you don't speak Japanese, there's an additional degree of separation when it comes to interpreting the dialogue.
Literally my point.
Reading a shonen protagonist give a power of friendship ass speech is one thing, but actually hearing them say,
"I fight for my friends."
Also, English speakers
That's a problem with the writing, not the dubbing or the voice acting. I don't know why people attribute that.
are uniquely unqualified to rate Japanese voice acting. Of course, a strong performance can transcend language, but you're still not going to be able to notice the finer nuances and nitpick the same way you could with English. Ask anybody who hates English dubs to name a single anime with bad Japanese voice acting. They can't. They can't scrutinize the performance without being able to speak the language. Take the 2016 anime Erased. The Japanese casting for this show was unique in that two live-action actors with zero prior voice acting experience were chosen to play the protagonist. One voices him as a child, and the other voices him as an adult. I watched this anime as it was airing, and closely followed the online discourse, but I never once heard any complaints from sub-watchers that the voice actors sounded out of place or inexperienced. It's not something that I picked up on either until I looked into the casting and revisited the anime trying to find differences between the performances of these two actors and everyone else on the show. Are the Japanese just born to be voice actors and master the craft without needing any practice? Well,
Obviously. What else is this video about? To be fair, this question has a quality bias. If a show isn't great, it's less likely to cross the pond or be watched overseas viewers, even if it's translated. Yeah, that's very true. Didn't Ghost Stories do really well or do marginally well in Japan, but then it became a meme with the dub because they didn't dub it right? Or some bullshit. I haven't actually watched it. It seems like it's a funny ass dub, but it seems like the dub is something completely different to the original.
no. Casting inexperienced voice actors for the protagonist was a deliberate decision to isolate him from the rest of the characters and make him sound more like a real person than an anime character. Oh yeah, anime characters don't talk like real people.
それは好きだから。
And if a script
It's still weird to me to hear that type of voice.
is faithfully adapted to another language, regardless of the voice talent, they're still not going to sound like real people. A perfect example of this is the anime Tomo-chan is a Girl. There's a character called Carol, who's played by Japanese-American voice actress Sally Amaki in both Japanese and English. Despite literally being played by the same exact person, there's still something about the sub that just seems to work better. Because to any English speaker watching the dub, it's immediately apparent that, hey, nobody actually talks like this.
I think white would be better. I agree with you. How about we do a simple, sporty outfit that feels familiar but also looks a
The blonde sounds weird. The that blue, purple-haired person, they sounded fine, honestly.
bit more feminine.
But with Japanese, Western viewers don't have a point of reference to compare to, just anime, so the voices aren't going to sound so off-putting.
服はスポーティーでちょっとだけガーリーで
Oh my
シン
god,
プル
this
な
person.
ボーイッシュとかどうかな。それでいきましょう。
Enter the weeaboo.
Fucking weeaboos go to Japan and be like, where are the subtitles? And nobody talks like this. 貴様てめえぶち殺してやるからな
This is part of the problem of escapism, where that's not the piece I wanted. Oops. Where you just fall into your escapism, build your fantasy, and then when you actually try to live out that fantasy the way you want it, it's not what you expect. The VAs on Ghost Stories got permission to do whatever they want with it because the show did badly. Oh, okay, so I was wrong there.
Anime is Japanese, but anime is not Japan. Having your sole interaction with Japanese culture be through anime makes for a slippery slope where some fans base their understanding of Japanese norms off what they see in anime. Let me spin you a little yarn. Back when I was a youngin', just a hormonal teenager enjoying my Japanese cartoons, I was watching the show Kaicho wa Maid-sama, or some other shoujo anime, and a thought
Oh, Oran Host Club was awesome. It was about cross-dressing.
crossed my mind. These maid cafe things are kind of interesting. I wonder if we have one of these over here. So I looked it up, and I found one in Detroit, Michigan.
For real? Go.
Now, I got love for my black brothers and sisters, but what I saw made me want to gouge my eyes out, grab the nearest sharp object, and commit Sudoku. Any desire I had to ever visit a maid cafe was swiftly cringed out of my body. When you see something anime outside the larger context of Japan, it's pretty easy to look at it and go, hey, this shit kind of weird. But
Just like, God, what was their name? They were a Western idol group, like IRL idol group. Sorbet, that was it. They were Sorbet. People thought they were so like ultra cringe, but they were just three friends having fun, but they got ultimately harassed off the internet. You know how the internet is.
even within the context of being in Japan, it's still weird.
Genuinely, I don't think I felt more.
Yeah, I definitely think that maid cafes are fucking weird. It's engaging in such a fantasy IRL, and I understand the irony of a VTuber saying that.
More uncomfortable in my entire life.
Not everybody watches anime, let alone talks like an anime character. Otaku aren't looked upon favorably. I guarantee you that if you're late for work in Japan and you walk
Wait, nerds are not looked upon favorably? Because if you don't know, that's the translation.
up to your boss with a piece of toast in your mouth and tell him, boss, I'm sorry I'm late. I stopped by the maid cafe to have some omurice and tea. Your boss is not going to turn around and be like, stop, daijoubu dayo, wakari.
It's literally the exact same thing if you're running late and then walk into your job with a like Starbucks or a coffee cup in your hand that you just picked up. That's going to be bad. It's going to make it look like you're late because you stopped for that and didn't account for the time, and the bosses are dicks. Personally, I wouldn't give a shit.
Arimashita. Who is your favorite maid? Mine is Chizuru-chan. She is so kawaii. Everything Japanese is heavily romanticized and even fetishized all over the internet, and Japan does hold some blame. Anime is a cultural export, and an incredibly profitable one. There's a reason why Obama thanked Japan's late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe for introducing the rest of the world to the art form.
I have conflicted feelings on this. I will bite my tongue for now.
Like karate and karaoke, manga and anime, and of course,
hentai too.
Thank you, Sam. That was so weird hearing Obama pronounce it that way. God damn the uncanny valley.
All of the things
Right?
he listed contribute to Japan's soft power. Soft power is a form of power that comes from
Wasn't he just thanking the nation in general? Well, you know how it is with dictators and their nations. All of the all of the achievements are done by the dictator, and all the failures are done by the people under him.
From cultural influence rather than military might. Japan has had a chokehold on pop culture for many years now, and anime is a major part of that, and it's not by coincidence. Countries are very cognizant of their public perception and are always looking for ways to increase their soft power. Japan even put together the Cool Japan Proposal, a strategy to make Japan.
God, I saw Pokemon, the first movie, in the theater. I cried as a kid.
Seem more cool. The country first started making an effort to reform their image post-World War II after they did some things that were not so cool. Hey, weren't you?
Yeah, it was a very wacky stuff happened in World War II. But don't worry about it. Just enjoy the anime and engage in your escapism. Don't look up how they killed a lot of people. Did worse things.
You guys responsible for horrible atrocities and war crimes? Cute anime gyaru.
Leave me alone!
Wait, no, this is for the leg.
That cute aesthetic is something that's prominent throughout Japanese media and is a direct result of how Japan markets its culture. They perpetuate harmful stereotypes that give foreigners a messed up perception of the country. Now I gotta explain to my son that not every Japanese girl speaks with a high-pitched voice and only knows 2 words. Basically, what I'm saying is,
I created you. You created me.
Wait a minute, why did you create that guy?
I did.
a country that severely lacks soft power is China. If you look up China on social media, instead of getting popular franchises,
A country that lacks soft power is China? Make your arguments, I guess.
you're just gonna see social credit memes, that one nigga with the unique head shape, and
a lot of that has to do with the Great Chinese Firewall. Have you ever heard of it? Have you ever heard of what they do to internet access in China? Let's find out.
But in recent years, there's been something working its damn hardest to change that. Genshin Impact. Genshin is a Chinese video game, but you'd be forgiven for thinking it's Japanese. It's extremely anime, but also extremely popular, unsurprisingly with anime fans. Now, the last line of defense for a lot of dub haters is to say that, honestly, I just like consuming things in the original language that it was made in. Dubbing to English changes too much. But in this Chinese game, made by Chinese people, I have not met a single person who plays with the Chinese dub. It's either English, or more times than not, they're playing in Japanese. This is what makes me think that it's because of an established association between the anime aesthetic and Japanese language, rather than some innate quality that makes Japanese voices superior to all others. I don't even entirely disagree with the original language thing. Maintaining the integrity of the original script is important when translating.
I would agree with that. There is a point to be made about how an art form gets presented in its original language, and how when you translate stuff, you literally have to change things. Yeah, that's all I really have to add to that point.
Dialogue often has to be localized so that it makes sense to the audience you're translating for, but sometimes localization turns into bastardization, and scriptwriters make something completely different. Sometimes it works out, usually it doesn't, like with the aforementioned donut from Pokemon.
Jelly-filled are my favorite. Nothing beats a jelly-filled donut.
Those are clearly hamburgers.
And with this anime.
Have you got a stick up your ass? Or are you one of those dumbass Gamergate creep shows?
Well, that's just not what was said. Localization is...
What? Oh, that's great. You do gotta translate some stuff, because like there's some words in Japanese that just don't have a direct one-to-one translation in the English language. Look at an example mentioned earlier in this video, Naruto. In the Japanese version, Naruto often said Datebayo, which, to my understanding... Oh, shit. I picked the right one, though. which to my understanding is not like an actual word, and that's why in the English dub of Naruto he says believe it, because there is no direct translation to it. It's just the one I know of. Why would Apollo eat his hamburgers? Because he's a petty bitch. To be fair, the prison schooled up what's funnier in English, mainly because of that one line. What? Joe, I am so confused. Wait, Angel Tail, the Japanese government never acknowledged what action?
Is meant to take foreign concepts and rewrite them in a
Also, same in English. Many languages don't work in direct translation. Also awesome to hear how localization works. Yeah, like, that there is like never going to be a one-to-one translation from one language to another. Most languages have differing grammatical rules and phrasing, terminology, and that's just not going to be conveyed all the time. Deke did not care or did not think the things through about Sailor Moon's lesbian couple. Just a reminder they made lover cousins. Yeah, they fucked up with that one. That was pretty funny.
a way that's easy to understand. Introducing entirely new lines that have nothing to do with the dialogue does neither of those things. This being something that puts people off of dubs, I completely understand, but localization can be and has been done well. What I find to be more important than the country of origin is the setting of the stories and creators' vision for the piece of media. For example, I mentioned before that ever since I picked up the Naruto sub, I never went back to.
Unironically, that fight was so well animated. This is a complete tangent, but like the goddamn smear frames that they use, the quality of the art is just top notch. This is such a good fight. It really took a nosedive in Shippuden, in my opinion. And yes, I have watched the Pain fight too.
The dub. Despite not being set in Japan, most characters in Naruto have Japanese names and the story is heavily inspired by Japanese folklore, so the Japanese voices feel more appropriate. Conversely, Full Metal Alchemist is an anime that I watch dubbed. Given the Western setting,
yeah. I think it was mentioned earlier in chat, but I missed the message. But yeah, it's weird to hear like a heavy European setting in Japanese voices. Yeah, Shaw. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm gonna be real. Yeah, like the smear frames are actually very, very important to animation because you're not meant to be focused on the smear frames, but having those conveys so much more motion than not having them. In my opinion, it saves a lot of effort and it just looks good when played at normal speed. Shaw, okay.
and character names, it made more sense to me to constantly hear them saying Edward Elric instead of Eduardo Eroriku. Also, the official language of Amestris is English, so I found it to be more immersive. Something like Cowboy Bebop, I couldn't imagine watching subbed. Shinichiro Watanabe's work have very clear Western influence, and he's even said that he prefers the English dub himself. Or that's at least what everyone says. I've never actually found a source for that.
We all know where that source came from. But, like, I do kind of get that. 7. Okay, that one. Again, Cowboy Bebop was just such a banger. It introduced a lot of people to jazz, get a lot of people to actually have an appreciation for it. Not enough people have that. Another series that did appreciation of jazz was Gundam Thunderbolt. Oh yeah, I'm on YouTube. Not on Twitch. I can actually say the Gundam too. The funny thing is, it's the full armor Gundam from Thunderbolt. So like in English, we all know what FAG is. But in Japan, they don't quite have that word. So the full armor Gundam is just a normal name.
Sources that I made it the fuck up.
The setting is the main thing I consider when choosing which version to watch, but it's not a definitive rule. I still went with the sub for Attack on Titan because I found some of the English voices insufferable. Armin sounds 3 times his age, and Eren sounds like he's permanently clenching his teeth anytime he says something.
I heard a lot of that with Naruto as well, where, like, wow, even little Karibo made fun of him for this, where he sounds like he's a heavy smoker in the English dub. I don't feel like putting the stickers on the finger, but making some good progress.
There are some trash-ass dubs, you won't see me denying that, but I still think it's goofy to write off dubs wholesale. If you're gonna be a hater, at least take the time to experience what you're hating on to come up with some better reasons why you hate it. Shit, I'm being a hater right now. Be like me.
What? Why was he talking about haters while showing Darker Than Black? That series is so fucking good. Darker Than Black is legit super good. You should watch it. Tons of people have superpowers, but those superpowers come at a price. It's different for every person. Like, one person has to fold the corner of a book, like every page of a book, every time they use their superpower. One person has to literally eat cigarettes. But the draw of the series and the main mystery is, why doesn't the protagonist have a drawback for using his power? It gets explained. It's so good. You guys should watch it. God, this video is a banger.
A hater with extra steps. Japanese dubs have their own set of problems when an anime has non-Japanese characters. In Black Lagoon, there's a scene where 2 characters have a language barrier. This is Revi. She speaks English. This guy only speaks Japanese, and he's trying to beg for his life.
Give me what?
I cannot speak.
Quit yapping, you goofball. You gonna give it to me one night. Come on. Arigato.
Okay, I can see how that is awkward with the Japanese version, because it's clearly somebody playing an American character with a very thick Japanese accent. But I mean, I'm willing to bet they don't have a lot of Western voice actors out there that are up to the standards for Japanese. I also haven't watched Black Lagoon.
Left is to mop up the place. 二手に分かれて姫とあのクソ
And then
Wait a minute.
okay, I will play devil's advocate when she does switch to she's just talking in Japanese. It's supposed to kind of give the impression that since Revi only speaks English, that the person she's talking to is in English, but the creators of the thing was in okay, he also pauses on pauses. Okay. Yes, I'm aware of that. Shit. But the creators of the series that natively speak Japanese, and the direct audience or the initial direct audience for this series was Japanese audience, so it's just kind of saving time to speak or it's a convenience for the audience to just speak in Japanese for the majority of the series. But then they have a scene like that where she speaks English for a bit. I think in this case, just like Revi should always be English. But I mean, it's a nitpick. I don't actually know the series.
I thought you can't speak Japanese. She just goes from speaking broken English to fluent Japanese. Vinland Saga is filled with scenes like
like there's a lot of this also in Western movies and stuff. I can't remember any off the top of my head, but I know there's like aliens. Literally aliens. The universal language is English. That's a joke in Dragon Ball Z Abridged, where it's supposed to be believed that they're speaking in an alien language, but everybody in the scene is speaking that alien language, but humans, the viewers, don't speak that language, so they just speak in English, and you just make the mental leap that way. It's kind of unwritten.
this. Here's Thorfinn, who speaks Old Norse, telling an Englishwoman that he can't understand his language because he doesn't speak English, while they're both speaking in Japanese. I want you to look me in the eyes and tell me that Japanese is the ideal way to experience this story. Personally, I think
he's got a point there. Got a point there. What am I looking for? B2.
that in a perfect world, there would be no dubbing for different demographics. Every character would be voiced in their canonical spoken language. You're making a game based in ancient Greece? Doesn't matter if your target audience speaks Swahili, dub it in Greek. Oh, you're making a show set in a fictional land with a made-up language? Then all your characters should be dubbed in a made-up language, and everybody gotta read subtitles. Whatever.
That leads to pushing away a lot of potential audiences, because, you know, we're in a capitalistic society, and everything we make has to turn a profit. Otherwise, the people that are able to fund it the most aren't interested unless they can get a profit off of whatever you are making. But to an extent, I do kind of think characters should be voiced in their canonical language. Especially if it's like a pivotal thing for scenes. Yeah.
Whatever best suits that piece of media should be the only version produced. Some Japanese game companies have had this figured out for a minute now. Despite being based in Japan, Capcom has games like Resident Evil and Devil May Cry where the English dub is heavily prioritized. The recent Final Fantasy XVI is
God, I should play through Devil May Cry on stream. I've got the remaster, and I think I own Devil May Cry 4 as well as Devil May Cry 5. I could go through the entire series. Largely, I just don't do gaming streams because, well, I don't really have the time. I mostly have the energy once a week to do a stream, and, well, you get what you get. But I don't want to play every last minute of this. I'm just getting too sucked in to keep going. Or I'm getting drawn in far too much. This video is really good. Again, it's I've actually switched to here. Scroll down. You can see Nazu on YouTube. Anime dubs aren't cringe. Anime is. Catch the final thoughts from them on the video yourself. Haha. Go support the artists, the creators. This guy's put a lot of effort into it, and I should have stopped the reacting earlier, but goddamn, he's great at his work. Yeah, wrap-up thoughts. I don't really think I have anything that I haven't covered or haven't said in relation to this. But yeah, largely, I'll just recap. It's subjective. We're talking about art. Everybody has their own peak art and their own bottom of the barrel art that they dislike. Gotta love subjective topics where everybody is just going to be arguing. Who doesn't love to argue? Excuse me. That was a pretty fun segment. I was getting too far into it. I got like one more real video. Oh, wait, no, I could do. Pause. I'm with anger from inside out. Friendly arguments can be nice. Agreed. I enjoy a heated disagreement with somebody that actually believes in the things they're saying. Like, if they're just making up points to just, like, get a rise out of people, that's not very interesting to me. It's not very much worth engaging with. It's like there's no point to that conversation beyond just, yeah, trolling. It's just trolling. Okay, I need to run to the bathroom real quick, and then when I get back, we're going to talk about the Gundam Metaverse. Okay, I have returned. So a little bit ago, I put out a video talking about the Gundam Metaverse. Basically, it's, from what I understand, like, it's a wannabe VR chat that's Gundam focused. You could submit your own custom builds and then have a picture of them shared on the metaverse. And what I had actually covered about that was they didn't actually encrypt the files of their game. So a lot of parts of different Gundam models got leaked. Like literally the runners. These got leaked. Or not the runners, like the pieces on the runner. But that got leaked, so it was mostly little bits. It was one actual full model got leaked, and that was one that hadn't been released yet. It was a model they were going to tease, but they fucked up. Is this on Zuck's metaverse? No, it's its own thing doing their take on the metaverse. You have zero knowledge on the franchise? That's unfortunate. It's really good. There's a lot of war crimes in Gundam. So, without further ado, Actually, I'll switch over to PC screen so you can see it a little better. We're going over a video by Kakarot197. I tried the Gundam Metaverse beta, and I still don't get it. So, let's see what he has to say.
The Gundam Metaverse. Bandai has been promoting it to no end, and the first publicly available beta version is...
Which from Mercury is very good and fairly gay. Big agree. I am loving it. I actually need to finish like the last 2 or 3 episodes, I think. But I've been really enjoying it. Some things have been like, what the fuck, but can't have everything good.
Is finally here. At least if you've got an American or a Japanese Bamco account.
I... Oh my god, I did this meme in order to play Phantasy Star Online 2 before it released in the West. Whoa! I've done that for a few games. Shit, what was I going to say? Also, I was personally super excited for the Gundam Metaverse because I lived in my fantasy world and I had thought that I had mistakenly thought it was the Gundam build project that the Gunpla build laboratory, I think it was, where just like the animes, you could scan your model kit and then pilot it in a video game. That's what I thought we were finally getting. I'm an idiot. I should have saw Gundamverse in the title and realized it was a fucking metaverse.
Meaning that I was able to sneak in, and I even managed to get in early. But before we dive into the metaverse, I need to address the giant elephant in the room. The recommended requirements for this are an i7-10700 CPU, an RTX 2070 Super, and 16 gigabytes of RAM.
Wow, not even my graphics card is that one. I've got a GeForce GTX 1660 Ti. So, good thing I didn't even bother trying it. I think, yeah, Hajime Mashite. I think that's how you say how you doing? Or how do you do?
And if that doesn't, like, immediately tell you anything, these are mind-blowingly ridiculous and bloated specifications for the graphics and content that we're actually getting. If we take their word for these requirements, the Gundam Metaverse, which aims to be more of a social media platform, is harder to run than recent AAA games like Armored Core 6 and...
That is fucking funny. Gundam Metaverse is harder to run than Armored Core. Oh, that makes me sad. It's hilarious and depressing.
And the remake of Resident Evil 4. In fact, it's about as hard to run as Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty and Starfield. So why do the avatars...
I can barely even run Starfield. Holy shit. I did have a decent enough time playing Cyberpunk. I haven't played the new DLC. Oh, it's an even fight for the Yandere Sim thing? No, not quite. Because the Yandere Sim thing was one guy, and this is an official project sanctioned by Gundam.
First looked like they were ripped from a cheap PlayStation 2 game. And the lack of
God, they're giving Xbox avatars a run for their money, huh?
Aliasing isn't doing them any favors. To make matters worse yet, the customization is limited to preset characters and preset color schemes. What is cool then is the ability to outfit your avatar with various mobile suit parts. It's silly and looks a bit wonky, but it does have a charm to it. So
I
while the
respect it.
avatars still don't look great, I did eventually end up feeling attached to the little thingy.
They got the GN sword from Exia. That's my favorite weapon. Bear one looks awesome. Yeah, that's the bear guy. Guy. Because, like, I'm not going to give any more context than that, actually. Because it's funnier to me.
I'm just hoping that Bandai will seriously expand upon this for the full release. And when I'm loaded into the world, I have a completely different character. And the person next to me has that same character, so it looks like this is definitely a common bug. Fortunately, you can still edit your avatar in the actual metaverse.
What a stupid
And before we move
bug.
on, just take in the sight of this amazing metaverse while keeping these system requirements in mind.
I think that's literally all there is to it with the Gundam Metaverse. You just hang around and interact with other Gundam fans that have bothered to have a computer that can easily run Starfield.
And then to guide us through this amazing world, we have Mello, the metaverse AI who wants to learn all about Gundam alongside of us. Basically, she gives us the tutorial. These are the controls, go to this place, that's what it's for, go to the next place, rinse and repeat. And as a tutorial, it isn't really the greatest, to be honest, because it doesn't actually point you in the right direction.
That's
it just
funny.
tells you to go somewhere in this world that you've just been dropped into, and there's no arrow to follow or a giant flashing beacon to go to. Again, keep in mind that this is not supposed to be a video game and is instead supposed to be more of a social media thingy. So yes,
Social media experience. What am I looking for now? Right, A2.
I did see people who got lost and couldn't find certain points to finish the damn tutorial. And another complaint that I had is that Mello's voice is extremely silent, and there doesn't seem to be an option in the sound menu to just turn up the voices alone.
Holy fuck, is she talking?
So, first impressions are not good to say the least. But content is king, so maybe that can save the metaverse. What can we actually do that also requires the horsepower of an i7 and a 2070 Super? Spoiler warning, not a lot. You can chat with people, but good luck actually keeping up with the conversation because the chat window can't be open while you're exploring. Fantastic. And in addition to that, you also have
What? What? Whose idiot idea was that? You can't explore while you're engaging with the chat? That's like going through fucking Westfall in World of Warcraft and not being able to access general chat or like the zone chat because you're holding W. This is ridiculous.
stickers that you can send or emotes that you can do in the overworld. And I kid you not when I say that the most fun experience that I had was when someone waved back. Next up then, one of the big things they touted.
I just saw the SD up in the top there, and that was just reminding me of SD Gundam Capsule Fighter, an actual fun game about Gundam, where you were the SD, which, if you're not aware, it stands for Super Deformed, and by deformed, they mean chibi-tized Gundams. They're made to look cuter and appeal to like younger and more feminine audiences, I guess. But that game, SD Gundam Capsule Fighter, which has now closed down, was one of my favorite Gundam games to play. You could change the color of your mobile suit. You could have a whole bunch of different mobile suits. They had they had rankings for the different suits, which were quite great, because you could have a lobby that was only C rank suits, only D rank, only A rank, only S rank, and so on. So you kind of knew what you were getting into. It was a team fighting game where you're fighting, I think it was 4 or 5 people per team. It was a lot of fun. I really missed it. Oh god, I even had a chance. I even saw a job opportunity I applied for, didn't get, to be a moderator for that game. That would have been awesome.
During virtually every promotion for the metaverse was fan-made content. So I manually ran over to the building, saw some pretty cool scanned 3D Gunpla, and a lot of art on the walls. One of which was this really cool looking Keyblade Gunpla, and I really wanted to see this thing up close. So I clicked on it, and a completely...
Oh, that's disappointing. I wanted to see that Keyblade. That looked so sick. This is still a good model that got shown, but oh god damn, they did a lot of good work with that painting. But it's still not the one that I wanted to see in the first place.
Different picture popped up? I mean, sure, this aerial is also really cool, but I wanted to see the Keyblade. So maybe if I hit the arrows, I'll eventually get the Keyblade? Nope. 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 Nope.
Oh, I got that. Musha Gundam. I have that master grade. Mine doesn't look as good because this person has done a amazing job painting theirs. But that was a fun build. I actually really enjoyed it.
Oh, that's it. Okay, so what if I check out the mass production new Gundam next to it? The same aerial. And for some reason, the game is no longer registering my mouse clicks, so that's awesome too. Let's go upstairs to check out the 3D-ified scanned Gunpla. And seeing them like this is pretty cool. So cool, in fact, that the game couldn't handle it and crashed. And in my experience, whenever you enter one of these 3D sections, there is literally a 50-50 chance of the program crashing. I tried to look at the Tyran again later on, and while it did survive a lot longer, it eventually crashed again. So this time, let's ignore the Tyran and go up to the 3rd floor for some Gunpla tips and tricks. And, well, the walls are indeed filled with a variety of Gunpla related content, ranging all from how to take pictures to how to build them. And while you might stumble upon a useful trick here in this sensory overload room, is this really how people consume guides? First of all, I'll typically search for the specific thing that I need help with, and here you have to physically walk around while also being limited to the available information that...
God, that's kind of cool, but kind of annoying. Because, like, how is this better than just going onto YouTube and searching Gunpla painting tutorial? This verse isn't the only thing getting meta. Yeah.
Ban I decided to put on these walls. Okay, and secondly, whenever I have a guide open, it's typically somewhere on my computer screen as a secondary thing. I'll have another video open or music player while I'm doing what the guide told me to do, and then I'll refer back to the guide when it's time to move on to the next step. I'm not going to leave my computer running at full blast while the same song continuously loops. while I'm following a Gunpla painting guide from the metaverse.
Yeah, that just sounds painful to get through. Like, oh my god. Why? Dear God, why?
But let's go next door to see another feature where the metaverse could really flex its graphical muscles. The Universal Century Museum, where we can find out a lot about Universal Century, and more importantly, check out the 3D dioramas.
For those that are not aware, the Universal Century is the overarching timeline that follows the original Mobile Suit Gundam and then goes through a whole bunch of different series, including I don't remember the exact order, but there's a lot of them. There's 08th MS Team, there is War in the Pocket, Stardust Memory, Turna Gundam, Zeta, Double Zeta, Thunderbolt. That was a movie. Char's Counterattack was a movie. There's a lot. Those are the ones that kind of branch off of the original timeline from the original Mobile Suit Gundam. And then there's a lot of standalone series where you don't have to watch the original series to understand what's going on with this series. Like Gundam Wing. Gundam Wing was completely self-contained. Gundam Seed, we're not going to talk about it. There's also G Gundam is another one. Honestly, there is a lot of Gundam out there. You don't need to watch all of it. I've watched most of it. A lot of it's pretty good.
Basically, they're 3D recreations of famous scenes from the anime,
Oh
and
my
you're now free to
God.
control the camera to see it play out from a variety of angles. It's a fun little distraction, but it again suffers from the same problem. If you're telling me that I need some serious gaming hardware to run this, then these are far below the graphics that I'm expecting. And the event space is the same deal, but instead of Universal Century dioramas...
What events are you even doing? Like, for real?
You can see dioramas of whatever the new Gundam thing is at that moment. So right now, that is Gundam Build Metaverse and Gundam Seed Freedom. And you can check out more graphically underwhelming 3D mobile suits at the store. Because one of the big selling points of the...
Who doesn't love graphically underperforming stuff? Like, this game doesn't look modern. It doesn't look worth requiring a RTX 2000 or whatever the fuck.
The metaverse is that you're able to see a real-life rendition of the model kit that you're about to buy. But fortunately, the real-life counterparts are much less jagged than they appear in here. Other than that, though, it's just a really inconvenient storefront that is locked behind heavy-duty hardware. The real kicker, though, is when I try to purchase one of these Gunpla. When I clicked on them, the screen just flashed black and nothing happened. And when I tried it...
Oh my god, when I worked at EA, that type of thing was, we're calling in the supervisor at 2 in the morning to fix this type of issue. If you come between EA and their money, holy fuck, they get on it.
Again, it just did it again and again. At first, I thought this was just the metaverse being buggy, but then a thought popped up in my head. They couldn't have. They wouldn't. They did. The buy button opens up an actual web page in the background, which I cannot access from inside of the metaverse unless I alt tap to it.
It's not a bug, it's a feature. Holy shit, this is so counterintuitive to what they're trying to do. Like, they're putting Gunpla tutorials in the metaverse But if you actually want to spend the money on Gunpla, you gotta go through a browser that it doesn't tell you that it opens, that you have to Alt-Tab out of the goddamn program they're trying to keep you in. This is weird. This is very weird.
This is some seriously atrocious design. Moving along to the fan art museum, and here things get even more bare bones than with the Gunpla pictures. They're all just posted on the wall, and that's it. You cannot interact with them at all. No zooming in, no saving, no nothing. And if you squint hard enough, you might be able to see who the artist is.
That is so goddamn depressing. Like, you can see so much effort has been put into a lot of this fan art, and you can't even find out who the artist is. Well, I guess what do you expect from a goddamn metaverse project?
So, that's that. So next, there's also a live event venue where you can watch concerts being performed.
Oh my god, their AI looks like a fucking VTuber getting ready to sing.
Of your favorite Gundam openings at predetermined times.
Predetermined times? That would only sell for me if it was something that you don't present or like don't have just on recording. Like, I will use Adventure Quest Worlds as an example. It is a 2D web browser based MMORPG, and in that they had musical artists perform live. Notably, the one that I wish I had actually attended. Oh wait, no, I did attend that one. It was Voltaire. Aurelio Voltaire. I wish there was more articulation there. But I mean, you can do that kind of stuff where it's literally a live performance being done online. That is fine for scheduled time, but if it's like a pre-recorded video, don't be a dick. Just have it constantly playing. But see, it's all about making it more realistic. The hassle makes it better. True. Thank God I reversed the...
The biggest reason then to get access to the metaverse at the moment is to gain early access to the next 2 episodes of Gundam Build Metaverse.
Fun fact, those 3 episodes, it's a 3-episode OVA, original video animation, that is already available on YouTube for free. On Gundam Info on YouTube.
They're streamed twice a day, again at predetermined times. And if those times don't work for you, well, that sounds like a you problem. Maybe if the anime interested me more, I'd go out of my way.
Oh my god, it's like they're trying to bring back cable television, but online. Bitch, you gotta compete with streaming services. This isn't gonna fly. But I mean, I guess it can sort of build like a communal hype because it's something you're interested in and you can make friends online with similar interests by watching this show together. God, I should do more Discord watch parties. I haven't done one in forever. Last one was Digimon.
Hey, bud. I'll just watch them when they release on YouTube, so I can watch them when I want to watch them. Like, even back in the VCR days, you at least had the option to record something to then watch it when you wanted it. But anyways, you know what's also a staple in modern games? Dailies. So obviously...
Oh my god. Dailies that make the game feel like work. Who doesn't love that? Wait, oh my god, does this game that isn't really a game have dailies? Jesus Christ.
The Gundam Nothingverse also needed some of those. Every day you can pull 5 digital card-ass cards that are put into your digital card-ass card album that you can then look at. It's like...
Oh my god, it's so worthwhile. I hope I can throw money into doing this. I hope I can throw crypto money into doing this.
Like Steam trading cards, except more useless. Because these literally don't do anything else. There's 42 to collect, and, well, since you get 5 a day, I don't think you're gonna have to log in that much to collect them all. That is, if you even want to log in every day. Because that's the biggest thing I noticed with the Mehverse. During this test, I saw everything that it had to offer in less than an hour. And while I did see...
that tracks.
See some cool things like 3D dioramas, I've seen them. And I have absolutely no need or reason to return. Everything was either something you do once and that's it, or a more clunky version of something that already exists. Overall, I felt like I was in the lobby of a game. I was just killing time, waiting for the next round to begin. But obviously, nothing ever happened. I saw a lot of people comparing it to something like Phantasy Star Online 2, but since I've never...
At least with Phantasy Star Online 2, there was a game you could engage with. There were world bosses that showed up. But yeah, I definitely see a lot of this comparison. We're almost to his conclusion. Yeah, we're almost to the conclusion. We will finish this off, but I am not going to show you guys a conclusion because I've been enjoying this video.
Played that game, the first thing that came to my mind was the hub area for Sword Art Online Fatal Bullet, or bank standing in RuneScape. But the thing is...
Oh my god, I forgot about that. Damn it! Like, only one person could interact with the bank at a time, otherwise it would overload the game. So... like, otherwise people could get stuck in the game or some shit. So it basically became the meta where you would literally wait in a bank line to go to the bank in, like, Varrock, I think it was.
Those games still have a goal, so when you get bored of standing around, you just go do something else. In the Meta Void, there wasn't anything else to do. So I did the only thing I could. I floated around the RX 78-2 statue and tried to go out of bounds, which I succeeded in. But unfortunately, there was an invisible wall preventing me from going any further. And as sad as it might sound, trying to go out of bounds was the second most fun I had. I didn't...
God, I can definitely see that. Okay, they're getting into... Damn it. They're getting into their conclusion, so... as with videos I like, go check out the conclusion on your own. We will be... God, like, I'm glad I didn't end up really getting invested in the Gundam Metaverse. That was... oh, God, that was painful. But that, not like in a bad way. Like, that person has fairly well put together videos. Who am I just shouting out? T. Pause. Right, it was Kakarot 197. Yeah, I'm glad he tried the metaverse, so I don't have to. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, Kakarot. You helped me dodge a bullet. that was a fun little segment. Turn off Edge for now. I think in this next video or next segment, I will finish my model kit. And then after that, I can get on to laughing at Twitter shit. That's going to be fun. I've got a fair bit to talk about. There's a part of me that wants to talk about the Twitch meta, the current Twitch meta that's going around. But on the other hand, I feel like if I talk about it or if I show the clips, I'm at risk of, I don't know, community guideline strikes on YouTube. And I'd rather not have those. You know what goes together like peanut butter and jelly? It's VTubers and politics. And this time, we're going to be looking at or responding to Depressed Nusagi's second channel, where he's posing the question, is politics in VTubing really forbidden? So let's see what he has to say. Personally, I think within the VTubing scene, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Make whatever kind of content you want. Using a VTuber is just a means to an end. But there's a lot of people that want to fully engage in that idol culture, in that escapism, and it's just, I think, very, very unhealthy. But let's see what Nusagi has to say. As always, let me know if it's too quiet, FYI.
You say that we don't talk about politics in the VTuber scene, but there's big name that still talk politics. Tricky.
Wait, Tricky talks politics? I gotta go watch more Tricky then. Yeah, it's considered taboo. It's considered taboo within the VTuber scene to talk politics because a lot of fan base of the corpo VTubers, they don't want to hear it. A lot of reactionary and centrist people don't want to talk politics because they just don't want to hear it. A lot of people don't want to engage with it. They don't want to think about the real world. That's why they engage with anime people on the internet.
Kiwi, Chibidoki, Project Melody, just to name a few. Well, it's more like it's not encouraged.
Chibidoki talks politics? I know Melody does. I've covered some of her videos where she talks about like art and hentai and what it actually means. But Chibi? God, if somebody could get me a link to like one of a video or a clip of Chibi talking about politics for an extended time, please let me know. Because I know Iron Mouse has. She's done a lot of work for disabilities. Or people with disabilities.
To talk about politics. If you're in a traditional scene. Because here's the thing. Project Melody, Chibidoki, generally Twitch VTubers, they are more so in the progressive and in the new fan base kind of thing. There is a, let's say, wiggle room or an allowance for people there to start talking about politics. But if you are in the
to be fair, there is also a lot of Twitch political streamers. There's quite a few of them out there. I'm not one of them. I'm one of the crazies on YouTube that talk politics. I think there is a growing scene of progressive, new VTuber fans growing on YouTube. Because, well, YouTube is like the biggest platform out there. PC-13, right. That, yeah, it's literally the biggest platform out there. And I personally just focus on it because I don't really want to be, focusing on two different platforms at once. I've done multi-streaming before, and I can again. I just don't personally want to. It's a lot of effort and a problem, at least in my opinion. Yay!
If you're in the traditional side of things, talking about politics is just not like allowed or not.
By traditional, he means corporate. Like Hololive, Niji Sanji, a lot of those big corporations with their idol culture don't really want their idols talking about politics because politics is inherently divisive.
Not encouraged, especially if you're in Hololive or if you're in Jisanji, if you're in anywhere that's Japanese centric. You're not allowed to talk about politics. You're gonna get fucked. I actually saw this tweet earlier.
I mean, I think there's a growing contingency. I mean, look at my channel. Just 1 year ago, I was, 100, 200 subs on YouTube? And now I'm up to 300, so it's been a small, steady growth, but it's been consistently growing over weeks. Over months.
Please don't harass this person. Let's just discuss about politics in the VTuber industry generally. So there's this VTuber called Aurora Machinaria.
Oh, that's why I said please don't harass her, because a lot of his audience, I get the vibe that they're right-leaning, charged, and, well, Aurora is very left-charged. I wonder what Aurora has said to make Misagi talk about her.
And she's getting a lot of shit. So, again, no hate to this person. Someone just tagged me in here. And, you know what? Maybe I do appreciate it.
Oh, okay, so this is the same kind of thing. No, not the same kind of thing. This is literally the same thing that I talked about in my, in the last Hero Hey video I had watched. It's about Aurora again, yay. But at least Nusagi has his own opinions separate from Hero Hey.
Because it's an interesting point of discussion. So, Aurora over here said, y'all don't think if I win any of those VTuber awards that I'm not taking the acceptance speech as an opportunity to talk about real issues. Thinking you all, then going straight into BLM, Free Palestine, Congo, and Sudan. Like so many people are complaining about the person running it, but aren't thinking about what it means to win it. It's a chance to make an audience accountable on a huge platform.
Again, I don't think that's great phrasing right there, make an audience accountable. I think a better phrasing would have been, it's a chance to make audiences more politically activated, more invested, more interested, or potentially get the slightest bit of thought regarding these real-life serious issues. Which is just something really hard to do in largely a in a scene, community, however you want to phrase it, that is largely anti-politics, which is part of why I think I haven't explicitly blown up, but I have been like growing steadily, because a lot of people don't want to engage with politics when they listen to a VTuber. But it's what I like talking about.
Imagine reaching that big of an audience to talk about things that matter. Fuck the clout for personal gain. I want that clout to spread more awareness. You all know I've always used my platform to speak up on issues. That's never going to change, so vote for people that will make a difference. This is your voice and opportunity too. So, what do we think?
Personally, I think there is an argument to be made where some people have to deal with a lot of IRL. Yeah, they have to deal with a lot of IRL shit already, so they just kind of want to break from that, which I understand. But then there's also an argument to be made where there's a lot of people that never engage with any sort of critical thinking or personal growth regarding how they feel about different people or groups of people or what they want to spend their time talking about or spend their time engaging with. There is more than a handful of people that know nothing about what's going on with Israel Palestine, and they intend to keep it that way because they just don't want to hear that there's a genocide going on in Palestine.
This typical V tweet. Aurora at this time of day in this part of the country entirely located.
Aurora, a VTuber that streams very regularly, is a V-tweeter because she says something progressive. Oh, the horror, the shame, the pain, the guilt.
In the Twitter post. What audience? These awards are dumb. Sounds like Twitter. Giga cringe, absolutely cringe. Good intentions, I guess, but that's not gonna accomplish anything, IMO.
It won't accomplish much, but there is a chance that it will reach somebody new. Which is why I think it's totally valid if she wins the award and wants to use her time making an acceptance speech to talk about that. There is also the possibility that she won't be able to give a live acceptance speech, and that if she were to be like nominated, or everybody that was nominated towards the finals would be like, hey, we're asking this of all the nominees, but can you record a acceptance speech in case you win? Despite the people running the awards already knowing who, or potentially already knowing who would be winning, depending on when they ask the nominees. But largely that it's irrelevant to my point. It could be vetted behind the scenes before the awards go live, where it's like Iron Mouse recently won game content creator of the year from the Video Game Awards, and she reacted to that live on her stream, but also gave a also had a video pre-prepared to accept the award in case. So I think it would be fairly common practice among VTuber awards to get a pre-recorded segment of, can you give an acceptance speech? Yeah, a bunch of people were like, why didn't a real person win? And I just screams internally. Yeah. Have you seen Mousie's reaction to that? It is adorable. She just screams at the top of her lungs. It's going to be quackity. It's going to be quackity. Winner is Iron Mouse. Oh, it was great.
She can call herself. She call herself Comfy VTuber, by the way. I will specifically vote against her.
Well, that's definitely not reactionary sentiment at all from his chat. She calls herself a comfy VTuber, so since she's talking about politics, I'm gonna vote against her just because I don't like her. Oh, yeah, the Iron Mouse was so precious. I loved it. I'm so glad she won that.
As Hafi abroad, I've no insight whatsoever into PH education. My view on PH ed was always Pinoys are book smart but can't think outside the box. What do you think? No, that's true. Chinito, that's true. Filipinos are like dogs. Outside of the tricks that they've been taught, they can't do anything. That's true.
I don't know anything about the politics of the Philippines, so like I just can't comment on this. But I am pretty sure that Nusagi is Filipino.
But anyway, these things. So I think this is an interesting point of discussion because Aurora, for the most part, has been taking it really well. She's been taking the backlash that received for it very well because after this post, she made this tweet. Now, you don't have to agree or disagree. I just need this to be said. I have very strong beliefs. I speak to them very often because I am a very passionate person. You ought to be safe while I do. I want you all to understand that you are also important to me. We may not always agree and disagree and may not always believe in the same things, but what makes this community so damn great is all the acceptance you all harness and showcase across all my platforms. I know we cultivated this place with love, humanity, and goodness in mind. You deserve my gratitude for that. Thank you.
I wonder if he's going to take issue with that statement. I don't think that's a very bad statement at all. It's like she's doing what she wants to with her platform. Nothing real wrong with that. Oh, we're going over this video now. I hope you enjoy the weird doomer. Isn't on this. What? I am confused.
If she's talking about her own community, maybe.
Yes, she is talking about her own community that she's cultivated. I don't think she's referring literally first sentence to my audience.
But if she's talking about the industry in general, no. The VTuber industry was not cultivated with love and humanity and goodness in mind. It was
cultivated with high school girls that they wanted to be idols of, so that they could listen to them sing and dance because they're so cute. And that's why they're so excited about high school girls.
Thought of how to extract the most money out of simps as much as possible. So many people are complaining about the person running it. People are complaining about Fillion.
Yes, people are complaining about Fillion. If you are not aware, she said some dicey stuff about people with melanin. I thought it was just one joke, but apparently there's more. Aside from that, she platformed a very, very, very bad person. A couple very, very bad people. The first one was she was told about the first groomer before he was even on the stream. The other one just happened to turn out, oh, he's a groomer too. Or no, I don't think the second one was a groomer. I don't remember. But yeah, she was informed of, hey, there's this harmful person in your community. I am a direct victim of him. Fillion didn't respond to that, and then Fillion, no, not Fillion, what's it? And then this person went to the mod team of Fillion's, and they were like, hey, this is a bad person, just FYI, you shouldn't want him in your community. And then the mod person was like, oh yeah, I'll let everybody know about that. And then didn't. Referred to that person being like, hey, this person is very, very bad for very legitimate reasons. That was just cringe. Just giga cringe, bro. And then the guy got removed after they got called out on Twitter. So that's part of why people are mad at Fillion and they don't really want to hear about the Fillion VTuber Awards. Just throwing that out there.
I didn't know that. Actually, I don't know that. I'm gonna have to look that up later. But I didn't know that. But aren't thinking about what it means to win it. So I guess a lot of you don't necessarily agree with everything. And neither do the comment sections. Look at this. Look at this.
Hey, Marina, what's up? My favorite part of the people getting mad at a woman being passionate about what about what she believes in and standing for something is just they're super boosting the engagement and reach of this. You are such a queen for always being unapologetically you. Based and true-pilled. Marina herself has mentioned before that the Twitter cancellation she gets just boost her engagement. Like, literally. But then that was used against her, saying, oh, she's just a clout chaser. Or whatever. Because, like, you know, VTubers are known for not being narcissistic and wanting clout. Fucking public figures. Die mad.
Yeah. It's very divisive. It means nothing to win this. It's a popularity contest. No, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that is also very true. Every single award show, pretty much, is a popularity contest in the end. It's literally all it is. People get mad over it. People stay mad. Wait, do I not put anything else in there? Huh. Oh, because that goes on. Okay, that goes on last, actually. I'm not fucking... I hate stickers. I'm not doing that.
VTuber, like, oh, not VTuber. Every award show is inherently a popularity contest. But it is a means to just have fun. But yes. So...
Yeah. Like, for real, it is a popularity contest. It's an ego trip kind of thing. Largely, it doesn't matter, though. It's just people just trying to have fun. So I don't really get bent... Oops. I don't really get bent out of shape of, people just trying to have fun.
This is very divisive. And it's just an interesting point of...
That's politics for you. Welcome to the world.
Interesting thing to talk about. But... Hold on. I don't think her original tweet is being realistic. At best, she will be looked at as the kid that broke into the Game Awards some years ago. Yeah, true. Like...
I don't think people will even really remember or care. Like, I'm willing to bet there will be a handful of people that'll be extra pissy because they don't like hearing about progressive stuff specifically. But that's largely a minority of people. Ooh. Really?
Like, if we think about it, if she wins one of these awards, her talking about Palestine or BLM or Congo or Sudan and all the political topics she has in mind, it's not gonna make a difference.
It's not gonna change the world per se, but it will, or it has the potential, again, to politically charge some people who might not necessarily have been previously. That's the point of doing the advocacy that you do. You try to get people interested in it, and then you can hopefully get people activated and engaged with local politics. But that's very, very, very hard to get people interested in. It's not a highly clicked thing, because local politics are very, very specific.
Vote for people that will make a difference. Unfortunately, Aurora, fact is, anybody that's gonna win this award show and talking about certain issues isn't gonna change anything.
It can change some people's minds, not everybody's, but there is a difference that can be made. Oops. Goddamn tiny plastics. Yay! God, I'm getting so close to finishing this. I think it's just the tail left. And the skirt armor.
It will do two things. One, make people angry that you're being like, you know, that you're ruining the mood over here.
Fuck them. It's like 30 seconds of talking about possibly Palestine. If they can't put up with that for 30 seconds, they are children. Plain and simple. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Why do I feel like I've been given so many extra polycaps? Because I have been.
That you're putting politics in a place where politics should not be. People are gonna be mad that you're like, you know, souring the mood for everybody.
Cry about it.
And two, the people that do support her is going to like praise her.
Or maybe they'll vote for people who can actually change things. And it's not just voting that you can do. You can also... Did you know you can just email your public representatives and call them cowards and weak for not doing the things you want them to do? That's just a thing you can do.
Clap for her, and forget about it 1 year later. In fact, both demographics are gonna forget about it 1 year later.
Exactly. So what the fuck does it matter what she does with her 15 seconds of fame for winning an award? That's not even like a industry backed or corporate backed kind of thing. This is an interesting tale. Like seriously. People just get mad, like so super fucking snowflake triggered. I'm sorry for you when you just mention politics. Like, I'm super fucking sorry. That must be very hard for you. To quote, ContraPoints.
To be fair, most people view spreading awareness as activism itself.
To be fair, praxis is political activism. It's a form of it. It's not the end game of what you should do with your political activity, but still, it's an important thing to do.
Well, I'm not gonna chat. Look, I'm not gonna pretend that I know anything about free Palestine.
Thank you, Tisha.
Palestine or Congo or Sudan or the problems in the Congo or Sudan or.
By the way, it's not the Congo, it's just Congo. People refer to it as the Congo because it was a conquered state, but it is no longer conquered. Congo is an independent country these days.
Or even if BLM is still a thing. I remembered back then that BLM's like organizers are like have been like revealed. Like a lot of some BLM organizers have been revealed to actually be pocketing a lot of the donations. Like
right here, he's referring to the BLM organization, which a lot of the people that stand for the BLM protests condemned the BLM organization for pocketing that money. This is just sensationalism of one kind of thing, or like a very, very small fraction of the broader movement to discredit the entire movement. It's a tactic reactionaries love to do against progressives.
A lot of bad people actually taking advantage of a good cause or whatever. But I'm not gonna pretend that I know anything here. Okay, I'm not gonna comment on all of these topics. I'm just
appreciated you state. I appreciate Nasagi stating out loud that He doesn't actually know.
It's commenting on like the action of it itself. In the VTubing industry, everything forgets in a year. These 19-year-olds
I don't know. People still remember Wactor the year later.
don't even remember the Stop Coney scam. Yeah, Coney 2021.
Oh my god, I remember Coney. Oh. I'm just going to leave it as vague so the people that don't know, don't know. Kony. For those wanting to look it up. That is how you spell Coney. This is a literal large scale event that happened 2 years ago.
2012, I mean, sorry. Baby, let's raise awareness. Fuck. That's such a banger. Also, I didn't know that Aurora was 19-year-old. I do get why she's like this, though. Chat, it's something that every person is going to feel at in a certain place, in certain cases. Because back when I was 18 and 19, I was very much, very, very, very passionate about the politics in the Philippines. That's why I wanted to be a lawyer. Because I thought I could fix everything. Not fix everything, but I could make a difference, right? But
yeah, some people put the making a difference very high up there on a pedestal. So, like, they want to make a difference, but then they can't really make a large systemic impact because they're just an individual. So what ends up happening is they become disillusioned with any sort of political activation or change because they don't want any sort of incremental change. They just want change now. By the way, the model is done. Yay. There's a lot of people that just don't want to put in the effort. They just want the change that they want, and they want it now.
then, like, 2 years, a year later, actually, 2 years later, after, like, studying a lot and getting to know what really happens in this kind of shit, that ultimately it's all pointless, that I'm not gonna be able to do anything, I just gave up. I just learned that there is no people that will make a difference.
That's a very doomer opinion. Because, like, there are people that can make a difference. I can't speak for the politics of the Philippines, but I can speak for the politics of Canada and America, because America influences, like, the world politics. Yay. But despite how few and far between the people who make the world better, there are definitely people you can go for and you can look into, you can contact, that will actually be in a position that can, make that difference. Hey, you're Canadian? Pog. Fun fact, I voted Stephen Harper in when he initially got put into Prime Minister because I was a stupid young adult at like 18. First year I can vote. I'm going to vote for what my parents said. And then I grew up a little and realized, oh, conservatives are not so great. I would rather have a liberal than a conservative. And then I got a liberal. I voted Harper out and got Trudeau in. And now I'm like, yeah, we need something more left than a liberal. We need somebody that's actually going to make a difference for the working class, or at least try to make a difference for the working class. Because largely the liberals want to keep things the same. the conservatives want to make things better for the corporations, which ultimately makes things worse for the consumer. In my opinion. But, yeah. I don't have a follow-up thought to that.
A very negative thing to say. But the reason why that's the case here is that this is a fucking VTuber awards show.
Political praxis comes in all different avenues. We gotta try and get people interested.
You know, a place where things can make a difference? In fucking Senate hearings.
You know what else made a bit of a difference? The Hogwarts Legacy discourse, where a lot of anti-transgender sentiment was spread and seeded in not just the VTuber scene, but a lot of the online discourse space. But a lot of people don't want to engage with that point. They just kind of want to hand wave it. Oh, there were people being harassing too, so they don't want to actually engage with the broader point that that discourse was largely hijacked by third-party bad actors to exact even more bad things. There's been celebrities that made political statements on awards before. Oh yeah, absolutely. And people like Depressed Nasagi here would also be one of those people of like, why would you even bother? It doesn't matter in the end. You're a celebrity. You don't have any actual power to change things because you're not in Senate hearings. And it's just kind of ignoring the fact that J.K. Rowling doesn't have any political power, but she provides the social pretext for all those anti-trans stuff to get pushed in the UK.
In a like house conference with politicians, that's where people are gonna that's where things are gonna make a difference, but not here. Not here. I can't seem to find a healthy middle ground between these people.
I will burn all the bridges to stand with Palestine based.
And their overflowing idealism, and my jaded cynical that laughs at them for it. Yeah, true, Blaze. True, Blaze. That's me too. I can't, like...
At least they admit they're a jaded cynical. Because, like, the world's never going to change. Because people like you never fucking try.
Blaze, you've also experienced being, like, you know, being an anime character and fight.
Has this guy ever looked into the history of the civil rights movement? No, I would imagine he hasn't, because he is Filipino, and the civil rights movement is largely based in the US.
Fighting for what you believe in, right? You felt like that, right? And then as you age, you just lose it eventually. And it's a very sad thing, but it happens.
It happens to the weak.
And I can't like find a healthy middle ground about it too. Like, when I see stuff like that, my reaction is that please prove me wrong and keep this idealism that you have even after realizing the truth and the jaded, like, negativity of the world.
Hi, Misagi. I am 32. No follow-up points because I've made all my points, and I am older than most people in the VTuber scene. I've been a little more politically engaged than most people in the VTuber scene.
I hope it lasts. I didn't. Let's hope you do. And most of the time, they end up not being. Most of the time, they end up failing. Because it's really hard.
Well, that's also a matter of perspective. To this guy, failing means you haven't changed the system you dislike. To me, failing means not even attempting to try and change things anymore. Because yes, I want to see socialism in this world, but we're not going to see it in my lifetime. We can make incremental changes to get closer to it, but we will not actually see it in our lifetime or in my lifetime. I'm trying to advocate for a world that I will never see, but I hope that it does exist because I believe it'll be a better world for future generations. That's why I advocate for it. Bottom line, that's it.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think it was an interesting discussion to have. This is an interesting discussion to have, at least. I will burn all bridges to stand with Palestine. You will regret this decision 5 years later.
Why though? Why? Why? Really, why? Would a potential agency not work with her? Boo-hoo?
Then you will fail. True, Tycon.
He must have been really hurt. Yeah, like, for real. He seems like he could have been one of those Bernie or Busters that were like, we need Bernie Sanders as president, and then they didn't get Bernie Sanders as president, and then they just became so burnt out, disillusioned. Trouble. It just became trouble.
Tycon has it here. She will fail. She means this. She 100% means this. It's a good thought. The thought is good. In practice, no.
Why is it bad though? Please explain.
Oh, it doesn't. She's gonna fail. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so the source is you made it the fuck up kind of thing. What doors are closing on her for not wanting to side with people who are standing for Israel? Or specifically the Israeli government, what they're doing. It's not the Israeli people per se.
The more optimistic a person is, the more brutally pessimistic they'll become. Damn, okay, Jesus, this is fucking rough now. Maybe I'm too negative. Am I being too negative or am I being realistic?
You're being far too negative because, like, dude, you're black-pilled. You'll be hurt just like me. Like, dog, you will have a different life experiences than others, and others will view success in different ways. Absolutely true, Tisha. Absolutely true. Yeah, it's just another case of get politics out my fandom, which exists in like every sort of fandom at a point. It's pretty wacky. It's super wacky. Don't you love it when you turn like a 10-minute video into a 40-minute video because you got to spend half an hour explaining what you just heard? And you'll notice that I did kind of go through all of that video because, at least in my mind, I'm thinking if somebody's putting in the time for like a high quality video essay, and if I'm agreeing with it, if I'm liking the content they're putting out, I'm not going to go through all of it. I'm going to try and incentivize you guys to go watch it, get the conclusion yourself. But with a video like that, I'm like responding to a bunch of arguments that I don't agree with. And I think there's value in responding to the entire video. That's my 2 cents anyways. How long have I been going? 3 hours. I think it might be time for a break. When I come back, I talk about all the Twitter stuff. Because like right now, wow, that's 5 segments? No way. Yeah. Wow, I've already got all my segments for next week. That's poggers. And I still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, 6. Because 2 of these tabs are in relation to the same segment I'm going to be talking about. Anyways, the question is now, what video do I play while I'm on break? Because obviously I'm not Hasanabi. I'm not going to put on somebody else's content and walk away. I'm going to put on my own content of me reacting to somebody else's content and walking away. But even for like my breaks and stuff, I'm still going to be watching chat. I'm still going to be actually engaging with chat through chat while the video plays. Just a question of what do I actually want to play? Play one of my videos that's hit 1,000 views? Should I play some of my videos that haven't gotten that high? No, I don't want to display that one because we just went over a Depressed and Soggy video. Part of me does wish I streamed last week. Excuse me. Part of me wishes I did stream last week because I would have talked about the Mountain Dew raids of Twitch. If it was going to be happening that following week, it would have been something people are clicking on. I want to play something longer. You know what? Who's in the mood for Warhammer? Warhammer fan 40k. Might just play my video with taking lessons from the grim dark future. Conversation. God, I would love to have more people on for conversation. I'm just terrible at reaching out about it. I want something longer. But I'm honestly not sure what. I think I should probably unlist that video. Because the 3 people I'm talking with in that video, 2 of them I hate. 1 of them I'm okay with. Just one of my older videos, I'm looking over it. It's in the streams for archive's sake, but... Man, I miss doing interviews. Those were fun. Largely, I am waiting on doing them again because I kind of want to rebrand how I conduct them. Change up a little bit of that, change up the background kind of thing. Really? Then why can't I hear him? Like, supposedly for somebody who loves me, he doesn't call me back. And like, it's kind of rude for somebody who's been inside me. Excuse me. Oh god, I should actually start doing model kit reviews of the stuff I've built. Okay, enough dawdling. I need to play a video. Go smunk some weed and then get back to it. For all the Twitter drama. Did I fit? Oh yeah, I did. I'm just scrolling over what to watch for the break. But yeah, here is the model kit. Magnamon. I'm legit thinking of doing a little mini review when I get back. Because literally I did just build the model kit. And it's something I've been kind of reflecting on. Oh, thank you. I know it's definitely not the best, but there are certainly people who put a lot more effort into them. But I still enjoy making them. They are quite fun. Better than you could do? I mean, you could give yourself a little credit. I'm gonna be real, building these model kits is like Lego, but adults. You gotta cut the Lego out of the injection mold that it was made out of. But aside from that, it's just following instructions of piecing stuff together. These don't even require glue. You literally, I used nippers to cut them out, an X-Acto knife to to sand down or trim down some of the nubs, and tweezers for the stickers. Though, granted, I didn't do a lot of Venator. I'm trying to remember what that was. But largely, I don't like doing stickers, because a lot of the time they just fall off of the model kits. But this is actually one of the lower detail models that Bandai does for their Digimon. It's their Figure Rise Standard for this Magnamon. I have also made like 4, I want to say, Figure Rise Amplified. Oh, the Jedi Cruiser. Yeah. Yeah, I've wanted one of those too. Like, I would love one of those big Lego projects to build, especially on stream. Seriously, should I play an older video or a more recent video? That's what I need help with right this second. I kind of wish that was long. Oh, yeah, right. That was cut down from the 4-hour stream. Play a more older one. Oh, I kind of wish that video was longer. Could play one of my first interviews. Oh god, I arranged that like cringe. One of the first super collabs I ever did, that was fun. You laugh, you lose. I did not win. Spoilers. Huh. By more older, are you talking like over a year ago or less than a year ago? Oh. Oh, I got a debate that's just under 2 hours. If you haven't actually watched that one, it's like less than a year ago. I had a debate on Sonic, which Sonic game is the best of the franchise. They argued for Sonic Unleashed. I argued for Sonic Adventure 2. I don't think I'll play the entire debate for the break, but that might be an interesting one. Sonic debate sounds good. Then I think that's what we'll go with. Pause. Personally, I think I could have done a little better in this debate, but it's a skill. You develop it over time by doing it. Anyways, I'm going to be going on breaky. So for now, enjoy this. I'm calling. Oh god, the old model.
Hello?
Howdy.
Howdy, howdy. Lovely to meet you on a voice call.
Nice to meet you too. I just want to take 1 second to change out the reactive image.
I can change my reactive image myself, and let's see. Let me think of a good one. Ooh, I know. I think I'll use the one my partner drew me.
No, I mean I forgot to, or I wasn't able to change over the. Where is it? No, the guest PNG. There it is.
Don't worry, I got it. There we go. That should be a very good one.
Well, the thing is, my stream sets up to show group PNG tubers.
I see. I see.
Or just general
Hmm.
voice calls. Now, where's that
Yeah.
guest?
Yes. Hello, it is me. I am here. Let me.
Ferris.
Yes. Yeah.
Now I gotta
Let me
grab.
also shout you out on certain things because I'm here. Might as well shout out the fact that I'm here and that you're a cool streamer.
Seems like we're both pretty cool streamers.
I'd I'd agree.
Alrighty, I think we're ready to jump into this.
Yes.
I should also tweet.
Yeah, you can at me if you wish.
I'm gonna reuse that thumbnail because I am lazy, but I will make actually a new one. Lexi, how you doing? I'm gonna make a new one for the video when it does come out.
Oh, so Alexandra, I know this femme.
She is super duper cool.
Yeah, and very pretty too. Gotta give a shout out to the pretty femme people.
Oh, thanks for the follow there. Let's add Ferris. Sonic Adventure 2. Sonic. I am super on top of shit.
It's okay.
Clearly.
You wanna know something? I'm testing out this mic for the very first time, and I don't know if it's too loud or too quiet or bimble flippin' what.
Honestly, I think you sound pretty good.
Okay, good. Well, then this mic is a keeper, and it's a good birthday present then.
I would say that is a pretty good birthday present.
Yeah. I also got a Sonic clock, so I get to look at Sonic's face and tell the time at the same time.
Tweet. I gotta grab my Linky, because I actually promote. Yes, we are going to be debating Sonic Adventure 2 versus Sonic Unleashed, which is the best of all time Sonic game.
Well, I mean, Sonic Unleashed is the best of all Sonic game, but that's my opinion.
That is an opinion.
Yes. I'm specifically talking about the HD version that was first released on Xbox 360 and PS3. Now it's on a bunch of stuff, including Game Pass, I think. But yeah, that's the version I'm talking about. The Wii version is a version, but it's not my Sonic Unleashed.
I didn't actually know it came out on Wii. Did it?
Yes.
When did it first? Which console did it first come out on?
I think it was like all of them at the same time. It was PS2, Wii, Xbox 360, PS3. There was going to be a DS version, but it was scrapped very early in development. The PS2 and Wii are like the same game, and they were both handled by Dimps, who made the Sonic Rush and the Sonic Advance games. And then the HD version on PS3 and Xbox 360 were handled by, the main Sega heads.
Oh, okay. I think the version I played was 360. I was pretty big on the 360 around that time.
Yeah. I have the PS3 version, which is the technically worst one compared to the Xbox 360, but I still love it very much, so that's how you can tell I find this game very good.
So, would you like to give opening statements, or would you just like to get into it?
We could do it court style. I have an opening statement, which part of it is the recognition of, the game that I'm up against. It's very, Sonic Adventure 2 is very popular, and even I like it a lot. I think it's the best Dreamcast era Sonic game, and it's very fun. But I feel as though Sonic Unleashed is the best Sonic game, mostly because it embodies the spirit and fun of Sonic the most out of any game. And that's kind of what I'm looking for a game in general, and especially in Sonic, where, he's a high-flying, lovable dude. And I feel like Sonic Unleashed does it the best with its mix of, I don't know, gameplay and setting and music and art direction and all that. I think it's just, I don't know, it all mends together very well into a package that works. So that's why it's my favorite.
Alrighty. Excuse me. I've got water, but it's still not enough to fix my parched throat.
Well, at least you don't have a parched heart. That's what matters.
Depends on your definition. I am a romantic.
Yeah, well, I mean, the love of friends is something that's special, is it not?
Oh, that is very true.
Mm-hmm.
Now, getting into my opening statement, I don't have anything prepared, as I always love to wing stuff.
Mm-hmm, same.
I am glad you mentioned that, or I do agree with some parts that Sonic Unleashed did embody some great gameplay in the day levels. But the other half of the game were the night levels, which felt to me like the complete opposite of what Sonic the Hedgehog should be. It was a lot slower, it was a lot bulkier. I get that they were doing their own thing, but I played Sonic Unleashed for the day levels, not the night levels. As for Sonic Adventure 2, that one nailed the gameplay for me because Sonic Adventure 1 crawled so Sonic Adventure 2 could run. The transition of 2D to 3D was a big gap that Sonic had to make, going from Genesis to Dreamcast. And then Sonic Adventure 2 really embraced and compounded on the mechanics of the first game. Not only did they really do really well for the platforming, I would say... Shut up, notifications. I know. We are having the debate now. Not only would I say that they did really well for the mechanics, I would say that they also nailed the soundtrack pretty well, because I remember a lot more of the soundtrack of Sonic Adventure 2 than I do of Sonic Unleashed, I'm gonna be honest. And on top of that, the final nail in the coffin, Chow Garden. They have never done it since. At least, not in a bigger game. They did do it in Advanced, but they took out like a lot of the features.
I think a lot of those points are certainly very good, and I agree with some of them, with how, like, I will agree that Adventure 2 is definitely more consistent. There's a lot more consistency. However, I love Unleashed for all of it. Not just the day, but also the night, and the hub worlds, the world that it sets up. As for the point on music, I think that, yes, Adventure 2 has some great songs. Some of them have been in various playlists, but I feel like Unleashed has more, like, fitting music, and I don't know, with the world adventure theme, how you're going from place to place and how the culture and how the places are all very different. I don't know, the music feels very reflective of that, how Empire City is very jazzy, very big band. Then Eggman Land is very, like, chaotic and evil sounding because it's a man-made island essentially. Rooftop Run is very fun and bombastic as you're running through the rooftops with daylight hitting your face. It's all very fitting, and I'll agree that not every song is great and that some are unmemorable, but the ones that are very memorable stick by me. Rooftop Run is one of the best songs I've ever heard, and it's always a jam whenever I hear it. And I don't know, I just feel like again, it's just very befitting of the world adventure. Even the night stages have very like jazzy kind of like, in a way, fun, low energy kind of songs where you just get like relaxed and in the mood while you're platforming around on, big platforms using your stretchy arms and all that.
Yeah, I can totally get that. I feel like I understand that they went with a different direction with the werehog stuff. It kind of felt like they were trying to bridge into the territory of action RPG a lot more, because like God of War was getting really popular at the time, and they were like trying that thing. But I don't think it really clicked really well with me. I think it could have clicked a little better for me if it was like they were between, or day levels were Sonic, the night levels were like E102 Gamma, or E1000 Omega, the one from Sonic Heroes, or like Chaos. That would have been cool. But the narrative of the werehog transformation never really clicked with me. But I'm not going to sit on like some moral high horse. Like Sonic Adventure 2 had the greatest story. No, like all Sonic stories are garbage.
Some are better than others, and
some are better than others. I will agree with that.
Yeah. I will say, as for Unleashed story, it is very standard, but for the standard, it works. I don't know. It's just Sonic versus Eggman and his new threat, and he makes a new friend along the way and uses whatever powers he has. And yes, it's a little, I'll admit, stupid with the just Werehog being just part of Dark Gaia, just putting Dark Gaia in him. But I don't know. It makes for a unique challenge for him, because within any story there's got to be a challenge for the protagonist, because it starts with them in a safe place, then conflict happens and they have to deal with something new, and then by the end they kind of start where they began, with a new feeling within them. And I don't know, like Sonic learns to like find a balance of both, his high flying fun part and also his serious gotta beat people up part. And I don't know, the werehog is taken away from him by the end, and it's not seen ever again. But I think for the story of the game it works, and also there are some funny moments, like Sonic catching the ice cream, or him like using his stretchy arms to just high fly places. It's, I don't know, again, it just embodies fun and like the kind of Sonic wackiness that like is expected.
I can totally get that. Like, I'm not one of those people that thinks Sonic should be something serious. Of course not. I mean, they did do, like, I'm pretty sure they actually did child murder in Sonic Adventure 2. So I'm not going to defend that.
They do a lot of murder in the adventure games. I mean, Chaos flooded a whole town.
Yeah. But, like, the Maria stuff was literally the government, too, so. But overall, I tend to play Sonic games more for gameplay and, honestly, soundtrack. That Sonic is one of the few franchises that actually had me coming back to it because of the soundtrack. And I'll admit, I haven't played Sonic Adventure 2 or Unleashed in multiple years. Though I played Unleashed when it came out-ish. And I've played Sonic Adventure 2 a little more recently. But, I still gotta say that the Chow Garden is a feature that is completely lacking in every single iteration of Sonic since Sonic Adventure 2. It was one of the... Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No, you, please.
I was just going to say, it was one of the few things where it was a fairly mass-marketed game that had a feature that encouraged taking care of younger creatures. And it paid off with different events you could do, winning different rewards. And, okay, that's offensive, Lexi. I am trying to focus on the debate, but I will... Ow.
I will go into that argument because I share it, but please continue your point. I want you to finish before I ravish that argument.
I think I have dug enough of a grave. Please, go ahead.
Okay, great. So I think the Chow Garden is overrated, and I am happy that others find joy in it. However, I don't like taking care of children in any sort of media, and it's, I don't know, it's something that doesn't get in the way. You can completely avoid it, and that's fine. I'll play Sonic Adventure 2, and I'll just, finish the story, get the upgrades, that's all. But, I don't know. For me, I feel like with Sonic Unleashed specifically, its side content is just more... It's more of the same in a good way. It's bite-sized challenges with Sonic and the Werehog, and even, like, the DLC is, like, super hard levels, or, like, missions where you go through a level and find Chow. It's like more of compounding on the same gameplay. It's kind of like the challenges in Sonic Adventure DX, to compare it to the adventure games, where it's like you go around the hub world, which is something you're familiar with, but they add a new spin on it. And I feel like that's a lot better for optional side content than taking care of random baby water monsters.
Well, a big part of it was depending on the way you take care of the Chow, it's either going to unlock different gardens to unlock different areas, and there were some emblems that were locked behind raising that if you wanted to get that 100%, but it's basically skippable content.
Mm-hmm.
Though I will say that it was satisfying to go out of your way to find, like, the super rare animals in the different levels around the story mode after you've completed it. Going and finding, like, the unicorns, the dragons, the skull dogs. Getting your Chow to outperform all the others in the racing, in the karate. That was a lot of fun for me. Though I get that it wasn't for everybody. Not everybody likes to see toddler fights. I know.
Speaking of something that's not for everybody, which is the biggest argument against my favorite Sonic game, the Werehog, which I talked about a little bit, but I personally very much enjoy it. I think it's a nice break from the high-flying levels because, like, for me, Sonic, like, the point of it isn't, like, fast and platforming. Like, that's the main, like, that's what it is a lot of the time, but I feel like with a Sonic game, like, the point of it is like more for, like, a fun adventure where you feel like a kid again. And a lot of that is, running and jumping around and parkouring, because, you'd go on jungle gyms as a kid and explore. But also part of that was, like, having, like, imaginary fights with, like, monsters, at least for me. Pretending to be a superhero and having weird powers like super strength and stretchy arms. And I feel like within that spirit, like, Sonic Unleashed, Werehog fits with it perfectly, where it's like, I don't know, very fantastical in nature, and there's still a lot of fun to be had with getting big combos and punching and throwing around darkness monsters and exploring around. It can take a while, and I will admit some stages are not as fun as others, but I still enjoy it, and I think it's a nice pace, and it's still within a similar genre because it's still platforming and exploration, and, like, all it's asking you to do is get to the goal, which, is characteristic of, most Sonic games, just getting to the end. and I don't know. I like it a lot, and I understand why folks don't. And I admit that there are some problems, like some stages going on too long, or some platforming being hard due to the lack of a shadow or a certain thing not working all the time. But that can be said of even the day stages of Sonic Unleashed or the playstyles in other Sonic games, where sometimes it just a thing doesn't always work. But it's something I'm willing to look past because I feel like the core of it all still works and is a lot of fun.
Yeah, my big issue is not going to be nitpicks over, oh, there's this little bug in the game. I don't care. What I was really pushed away from Sonic Unleashed from was just how slow the werehog form felt as compared to the day levels. The day levels were what I expected, but then when I'm expecting to play Sonic, even a mutated alternate form, I still kind of expect some kind of speed out of him, because like that's Sonic's shtick. So I don't get why they didn't just separate the characters.
I feel as though, like, for me, it's not as important as the like what the character is and just if it's designed well, because I expect Super Mario to be jumping on Goombas and going through pipes, collecting coins, not playing baseball or playing soccer. But those games are really fun just because they're designed well and they're not super out of the realm. Like with Sonic, it's like something magical affects him that changes him, and now he is dealing with new obstacles but also has new abilities. Like, I don't know, Sonic and the Secret Rings does this, or I don't know, even Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, where, Sonic has to deal with the new threat of the week, and he gains upgrades to traverse more of the world and deal with the stage's hazards. I feel like having Knuckles replace Sonic in, the night stages wouldn't have really done much. And also with like the cast of Sonic Unleashed, kind of like with Sonic Adventure 2, it's very condensed, and that's what I like about it. It's only the important characters. There's Sonic, Tails, Amy, Eggman, and then some new folks with the monster, Chip, and Professor Pickle. And besides that, there's the occasional character that gets a line or two, and that's it. And I just like how condensed it is. Adding Knuckles would kind of feel out of place, and yes, Sonic turning into a werewolf is definitely very irrational and something I wouldn't expect. And I feel like it only kind of works in that game because of like its uniqueness, but I still feel like it still works. And as for slowness, yes, the levels do take longer. Some can take an hour, maybe even 30 minutes, whatever. But for me, it's like I'm willing to put in that time just because I think it's fun. And you can still master them, which is something that Sonic likes doing. You can, learn to, deal with enemies faster by doing this or that, or even taking some like skippable routes or doing this or that. And I don't know. I still like it. And whenever like I have gotten an S rank on those stages, it's felt earned. And it felt like I put effort into it.
Yeah, I can get that. It just felt like I can't quite remember how fluid the combat felt, but I remember the movement of the platforming sections of the night levels being clunky and troublesome. But I'm not going to say, like, don't like the game over this stuff. I'm saying why it wasn't working for me.
And that's fair, and there's nothing wrong with that, but for me, I'm saying that's why it worked for me. And I don't know. I feel like much like any Sonic playstyle, there's ups and downs, there's there are certainly stages in Sonic Adventure 2 that are not great, like Mad Space or Meteor Herd, but I still very much enjoy the treasure hunting levels, and the same thing can be said for the Werehog, where, yeah, some sections in Empire City or Eggman Land are very hard and, I don't know, a little boring even, but for the most part, I still have fun going around, beating up robots, and just, again, having that feeling of fun, like I'm a superhero with super strength and I'm just fighting a bunch of darkness monsters.
Yeah, I definitely agree that the treasure hunting levels for Knuckles and Rouge could have been a lot better, because Sonic, you're basically, or Sonic and Shadow, you're rushing through the levels, going for that fast-paced gameplay. Playing as Tails or Eggman, you're doing like a shoot-'em-up kind of gameplay as you're going through a level. And then Knuckles and Rouge, you're kind of stuck in a set area, and you just kind of have to hunt down 3 shards one by one. And that, I definitely agree, is a bit of a weaker part of the Sonic games. Or the Sonic Adventure 2 games. And yes, games, because I'm counting Battle as well.
Yeah. I mean, Battle is the same game, but with better multiplayer, which can be a point for Adventure 2, that it has multiplayer that people still cherish today, which Unleashed doesn't, but...
Oh, definitely. There's, like... What other Sonic games had multiplayer? Sonic Adventure 1 had technically multiplayer, because you could plug in a controller and control Tails. Same with the older Genesis.
Yeah, there's... I don't know. I don't know. There are the storybook games with the crappy mini games, and that's really about it. I guess the only competitor I could think to Adventure 2 specifically would be Heroes, because you're doing kind of the same thing with, platforming around the stages.
Yeah, Sonic Heroes definitely went into the platforming a lot more, where they focused on it for the duration of the story mode.
Yeah, and the multiplayer. It wasn't like a side game or anything. It was like you and whoever you're facing is trying to get to the end first.
Oh yeah, it did have multiplayer.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up, because like besides like Heroes, there's not really any other kind of multiplayer I can think of like that specifically. Well, I guess there's
Sonic
OS X,
Riders, but that's really more of a spin-off.
There's 06, but that's a game that not a lot of people play.
I've played it.
Yeah.
It was a game.
Yeah, it was a game. But yeah. I guess something I wanted to bring up, may I have an argument for the sake of a sympathy argument, if we're going at this like a court case, because there's a story I have which I can relate to Sonic Unleashed.
I will allow this.
All right. It's not about the game specifically, but more of like just a memory from my own childhood. I'll keep it brief though, which is...
Oh yeah, you're totally fine.
Yes.
Don't worry.
Okay, just putting that out there. But I remember specifically in 3rd grade, because I live in a very snowy part of the U.S. I live in Michigan, and when it gets snowy, it gets very snowy, so we have to wear big jackets and boots, and so we couldn't really move around and have fun during the winter. But one day, a bunch of ice and snow fell in a way that made a giant snow fort, essentially. There were a bunch of like spots where you could slide around on ice, and there were spots where like people could have snowball fights and all that. It was like a big, just rectangular strip of fun. And the kids, like every recess, while it was, still there and not melted, loved to go there. It was a lot of fun. And I feel like that's the kind of thing I look for when I play a game, and especially when I play a Sonic game, which is just unbridled fun and making me feel like a kid again. And I feel like Sonic Unleashed has that, and especially in the day levels where you're running around on rooftops, smashing up robots with your homing attack and boosting to your heart's content. And I just feel like it all just makes you feel like you're having a rush. That's I don't know. That's why in Japan the game is called Sonic World Adventure, because you're going on an adventure and it just feels like a lot of fun. And that's what I feel like Sonic as a character and as a series embodies when it's at its best, which is just fun, high flying, just action and fun. And I don't know. It just feels very kinetic and is my favorite version of Sonic, even with like future boost games like Generations fixing things like the drift, or adding other things like letting you just use all your powers at the gate. I still feel like Sonic in this game is the most fun to control, just for how fun and even loose it is, because even though the drift sucks, I don't know, it's something you can master, and I've seen people master it at certain points.
What do you mean, the drift?
So if you hold like not the shoulder, but like the back shoulder buttons on whatever controller it is, L2, R2, whatever, you can have like Sonic like drift on the ground. He'll put his hand down and he'll start to drift, and in later games it's very
yeah.
Yeah. In later games it's very tight and it works for those. But I kind of like how loose it is and how just again it feels like you're a kid and you're just kind of like running super fast, tripping a little bit on the ground but getting back up. It's just fun, which I feel like is the most important part of any game. It just makes me feel like I'm a kid and I'm soaring through, I don't know, a playground. And I don't know, it just makes me feel like joy, like pure, unabashed joy. And that's why I don't know, that's why I love it so much.
I totally get that. It makes sense. Though, the day levels, holy shit, those were amazing. If that was basically what they had focused on for the game, I would have definitely liked Unleashed a lot more. But, I mean, variety is the spice of life. I just... The variety in Unleashed didn't quite vibe with me. I definitely preferred, like, the Tails and Eggman levels as side stuff to the Sonic and Shadow levels. Because, like, when I was going through this story as a kid, it was... We were there to play as Sonic, we were there to play as Shadow. We got through the other content. But, it was definitely the Tails and Eggman shoot-'em-up segments that we preferred over the Knuckles and Rouge, and I definitely got more of the slower paced, it's a little more frustrating kind of vibe from the Knuckles and Rouge stuff, but I felt it more from the night levels of Sonic Unleashed. It may have been a generational gap kind of thing, because when did Unleashed come out?
2008.
2008? Yeah, I was in grade 11 right before I graduated high school.
I started playing Unleashed when I was in high school. I was in ninth grade, I believe, because I wanted to try Sonic games. I wanted to get into them, and so I got a PS3 and Sonic Generations at first because everyone liked that game. That was like the non-disputed one. So I played it and I loved it, and I wanted more Sonic. And I knew that like some people didn't like Unleashed, but some loved it. So I took a chance, and I went to GameStop, which at the time was a fine company, and I got a copy of Sonic Unleashed, and it just blew my mind with how like fun it was. Like I couldn't stop playing it, and it made me feel, I don't know, like even during the worst days of high school where I felt very like tired and like I wanted to just punch someone, I could go back to Unleashed and just have fun with Sonic, whether that's punching robots as the Werehog or boosting them as Daytime Sonic.
Yeah, I mean, we're both kind of arguing from nostalgia, really.
True, but there's always going to be bias within, anything, and I feel
Oh,
like
100%.
yeah, I will admit there are parts of Unleashed that sour my experience. The plain levels are very unfun. They're just a crappy rhythm game, and they're not as good as the Sonic Adventure 1 flight stages, which I'll admit. But they're a very rare part of the game, which, again, I'm willing to overlook because it's just 2 stages, even though they're very unfun.
The plane stages, did they have those in Sonic Adventure 2? They had those in Sonic Adventure 1. In 2, oh my god, they had that initial D racing shit. Oh, that was bad. I forgot about that. Why am I defending this game?
Because
I like it.
Yeah, that's fair. To be honest, there are some stages in Sonic Unleashed that, like, I don't always have the best time. Like, they're passable, and I'll play it, but only for the playthrough, Like, I'll admit, the day stage in, I forget the name of it, but it's the ice stage for daytime Sonic. It's not that fun. There's a lot of slippery physics and a lot of, like, running into things that you don't see and a lot of jumps you have to make or else you die, which, like, that's standard, but, like, they seem like seemingly missable jumps, and that stage is not one that I like that much. So I'll admit that some of the day stages and some of the night stages have, like, parts or even the majority where it's less appetizing and something that I wouldn't go back to, like, willingly.
Yeah, like, there's always going to be less than perfect parts of any sort of project, any sort of game. Where was I going with this? Right, the slippery physics. That was... I just hate it when they add slippery physics to a game where you're supposed to be going super duper fast and you can just slip and fall. Like when they added slips to Smash Bros. Brawl. That was frustrating.
Yeah. Yeah, I will say that sometimes the control, even though it's slippery and fun, can be annoying in the day stages with, like, sometimes how often you'll veer off track and very rarely, just die to the side, something which happens in Eggman Land a lot. But, again, it's something I'm willing to look over for bias, but also the sake of fairness. And I don't know, it's stuff I'm willing to deal with. I know with some other games, there's things I'm not willing to deal with, but with this one, I am, just because I love the day stages so much, and I don't know. I love the night stages too, so I can't hate it. I can't bring myself to do that.
I just can't see myself going back to try Sonic Unleashed. I might, but I don't have any particular drive to. I honestly don't even remember if I completed it. I know I played through quite a bit of it, but I can't tell you anything about the story. I can just tell you what I remember feeling while playing the game. I can definitely go into detail about Sonic Adventure because that's definitely the kind of game that I go back to. Sonic Adventure 2. I do sometimes go back to Adventure, but not really.
Yeah.
2 is better.
Yeah. I agree. But yeah, for me, it's like Sonic Unleashed is a game that I play like once a year. Once a year I'll do a playthrough and I'll feel like satisfied. And every so often I'll play a stage, but it's something that, like, I cherish, and so I don't want to ruin by playing it too much. Like, my favorite song of all time, that's something I listen to maybe at most once a month, just so that I don't ruin the experience of it. And I still love that song, Starlight Brigade, and it's just really catchy and filled with a lot of emotion and great parts, but I can't listen to it more than once a month. Otherwise, I start to dislike hearing it all the time, which is how I feel with Sonic Unleashed. If I play it all the time, there are parts that annoy me, but I'm willing to look past it because I just play it once a year.
Wow, you play Unleashed more than I play Adventure 2.
How often do you play? How often do you play Adventure 2?
I'm trying to remember the last time I played it.
Well, this might be an excuse for you to play it on stream.
Oh yeah, it might definitely be.
Yeah, hey, I'll play.
don't have it on Steam. Right, I got it on 360. Fuck.
Yeah, well, if you do get it on Steam, it's only like $5-ish, so that's a steal of a deal.
That is a steal of a deal.
Mm-hmm.
I might do that. But there is one thing I haven't really touched on about Greatest of All Time, which would be addressing the latest game, Sonic Frontier. I haven't played it yet.
Me neither. From what I've seen, it does look like a lot of what I like in Unleashed, and I'm certainly excited to play it and see how it ranks. But yeah, even if it beats Unleashed as best Sonic game for me, Unleashed will always have a special place in my heart just because, like, that's the one that really convinced me to be into Sonic. Like, I liked Generations and Colors. They were fun, but I was like, these were just a few games. And then Sonic Unleashed just came by, and I had just the biggest smile on my face whenever I sat down to play it.
That's the exact same feeling I had loading up Sonic Adventure. I remember sticking so many hours into raising like a Knight's Chow, a Knuckles Chow, a Shadow Chow, and just going through the effort of, I want them to be able to have the draw ability. I want them to be able to breathe fire. I want them to have a fireball instead of that little ball on their head. I want them to be able to kick ass at Chow Karate. That's what kept drawing me back, and typically I would just play like the Sonic and Shadow levels because I liked going super duper fast and exploring the levels while doing that. But I did engage with like Knuckles levels and Tails levels to get specific animals because they dropped at specific levels. But for me, it's definitely the nostalgia factor that keeps me coming back to Sonic Adventure 2. And I'm gonna be... Wow, that goes on for like another hour and 15 minutes. That was a good conversation. I like that. Oh, what? They got rid of their card? Give me a sec. I wanna link them just in case anybody's interested. Oh, they changed their ad. Yes, we are back. For those interested in checking her out, that is Ferris's card. You can catch all her social medias there. God, that video came out in March. Squeaky chair, squeaky chair. Ah. God, we can get into more. We got a lot more for me to get into. I want to say like 6, 7 more segments that I want to cover this stream. Even though I don't really have to, I just kind of want to. starters, wanna let's see. Now, the question I kind of want to ask is, want to do I want to actually do that model review? Because like it's a personal interest to me. I did just build that model on stream, so yeah, fuck it, it's fitting. Excuse me. Stop squeaking, chair. Oh, before I do that, I want to make sure edge is off. Don't worry about that. Yeah, I'm just going to hide the group PNG so that doesn't flash. God, you can see the shadows. So earlier this stream, I just built the Magnamon model kit from Bandai, the Digimon Figure Rise Standard model kit line for, well, they're different models. Bandai is also the ones who do the Gundam model kits. This is the Magnamon. The only stickers I applied were the eyes. Aside from that, I didn't apply any of the other stickers. Like for the thumb, there's supposed to be white on the thumb, but I didn't do it. And then there's also on the back of the ankles here, that is supposed to be like gray, dark, but they didn't do the color separation for that specifically. Overall, I think it's a pretty good kit. Took me 2 to 3 hours to build, so roughly the same time as a Gundam high grade. And roughly, I would say the same kind of quality and detail. Articulation raises his arm fairly high. Not bad. You can turn this gold separate from the elbow. So you've got quite a bit of freedom for the for the posing or posability, at least for the arm there. The legs, we do get 90% or 90-degree twisting, which is standard, at least. It's better than not having 90-degree. The skirt armor is on a ball joint, so it's got decent amount of maneuverability. The front of the skirt armor is solid in place. Torso articulation, head articulation, it can chicken neck. Let's show that off. Chicken neck. Aside from that, ankles extend to about there, which is pretty good for ankles, honestly. Tilts up. Does it roll? I believe slightly, because it's on... No, it does not want to angle the feet to the sides as easily as Gundams do, but you do get a fair bit of forward. How is the back? The tail seems to get in the way of the back, but he can do the splits. He can't do the side splits very much. Stand it up. Okay. It's hard to... Let's see. Where's flat on the ground? really, to have feet flat on the ground, you kind of got to angle it. You can't it with this one, you gotta figure out different oh yeah, the leg here does have pretty good articulation. This ball joint turns as well as moves up and down. You don't get a whole lot of the side. Oh, you get more than I thought. That's not bad. How easy was he compared to the last one? The last one was of the same Digimon model kit line, which took me about 2 hours, so roughly comparable in difficulty to build. Honestly, these aren't as challenging to build as they may seem. Start off with I would recommend, even if you're not into Gundam, look into the first grade kits for like any model kit, and that would be a good place to start off with getting into it, seeing how difficult it is to actually build a model kit. Fun fact, those are actually meant for like 3-4-year-olds, I think, or 3rd or 4th graders. I can't remember. It's for a young age, so it's actually pretty simple. Also, the tail has pretty decent articulation. You can do a lot with this tail. What that tail do though? I like keeping it in the down position. He also has a pin in the back for a stand, a Gunpla stand. He doesn't have one under his legs like most Gundam model kits do. A lot of them these days do have that hole in the bottom for a stand to sit on. But there's also attachments that are like a 4-pronged thing that sit on the stand to actually let the model kit stand. Overall, fun build. I would definitely recommend it if you are a fan of Digimon Season 2, which I am. I think it cost me like $30 Canadian, rounding up. I don't remember off the top of my head. Let me check the box. Oh, $22 Canadian at my local store. 45 apparently before reduced price. I don't know. But typically the Figure Rise Standard, which is this type, are lower cost model kits which have lower detail, which makes sense. The Figure Rise Standard Amplified are higher detailed ones. I would have to leave the room to go get my other model kits to actually show off the difference in the details. It's honestly not too expensive for what you get out of it, because it takes the time to build your model kit, and then you not only have that model kit built and the fun of building it, you've got a posable figure, a posable statue, or a toy, however you want to use it. It's your thing. As for a rating, I don't know. I would give it 4 out of 5 Digi-Destined crests. Yeah, let's go with that one. But yeah, this was a fun build. Now after stream, I'm gonna have to figure out a place to post it on my nerd shrine. I'll probably recreate like the box art pose to start with, and then work on it in the future, or change it after a while. Right now he's just standing on top of my computer. Sushi. No, it's okay. You don't have to be scared. Jesus, scared. You have a build shrine? I have a bookcase that has a bunch of my model kits on it. I also have a glass display case that has a bunch of other model kits on it. they are mostly the ones my younger brother built and then just didn't really want to hang on to because he didn't have the space. And I was like, yeah, I'll take him in. Why not? I want to make customs. And having more Gunpla means more pieces to customize. I've got cats, so I can't exactly keep them on my nightstand or at my computer directly because they will knock them off. And thankfully, this Magnamon is actually a pretty solid build. Like, pieces aren't falling off. Can I show you? Maybe. I don't think I have any pictures offhand on my computer. Oh, sick. Those are pretty awesome. I got a different friend that collects a lot of Transformers. Do I have my Gunpla pictures on PC? No. I'd have to go out of my way to get them. Document? No. Pictures? No. I don't even use my pictures drive. Oh, Optimal Optimus. That was the Transmetal 2 Optimus from Beast Wars. I had the Dragon Megatron growing up. I wish I still had it, but I don't. Okay, I'm gonna have to definitely take the time or in the future take pictures of my build shrines and stuff, like take updated pictures. I've got... Oh, I didn't even mention my 40K one. Because I have a glass display case that also has my, what's it? It has my Black Templar Space Marine army, as well as my, my partner's Ulthway Eldar army. Yeah, I had Dragon King Megatron. I was super into Transformers, especially Beast Wars at the time, because that's what was playing as I was growing up. And my parents got it for me for Christmas. But I was also like, God, 3rd grade? Yeah, 3rd grade. Some around that time. Okay, should I get on to the Twitter shit? Yeah, I think I remember that plot line. Like, it turns out Optimus Primal was a descendant of the original Optimus Prime or something along that line. And same with the Megatron. Okay, so for Twitter shit, what do we want to talk about? I've got things for we can talk about politics. We can talk about EA games. We can talk about thumbnails on the YouTubes. We can talk about stream elements. We can talk about Korea. Or we can talk about Elon Musk. and his chat bot or his chat AI or whatever. A lot of good subjects. I do want to get through all of them. Wait, please tell me I saved that link. Yes.
Those new
Pause. That is for a later segment. Actually, I don't need to open that just yet. You want to talk about the Elon thing? We can talk about the Elon thing. That's a funny one. Okay. So, a lot of people have heard of the name of Elon Musk. We've heard a lot of stuff about his different ventures and shenanigans on Twitter. Like, I'm specifically talking about the Twitter stuff right now. And what came across my feed yesterday was pretty goddamn funny. So I've heard talk that Elon Musk was making a chat AI that he kind of wanted to compete with ChatGPT, I think. That's the vibe I'm getting anyways. And if you're not aware, he's been retweeting some very, very right-wing stuff, to put lightly. Which makes it extra funny that his chat AI, or his whatever the fuck he wants to call it, the AI that he's developed at, like, in the war on the woke mind virus, the AI has joined the woke mind virus. Ed Zitron, Elon Musk bought Twitter to stop the woke mind virus, trained an AI on its data, and accidentally created the woke mind coronavirus. Spittin' Ed. Load. Okay. Unlimited L's asks, who are the 13% of the population in the US and commit 60% of the crime? Grok, the AI, responds, well, you know what they say, never let the facts get in the way of a good story. But since you asked, let's dive into this. Oh my god, this is totally trained by terminally online lefties. The 13% refers to the African American population in the US, which, according to the latest census data, is around 41.1 million people. Now, the claim that this 13% commits 60% of the crime is a bit like saying that the earth is flat. It's a myth that just won't go away. Crime statistics are more complex than a simple percentage. They're influenced by factors like age, socioeconomic status, and location. So while the 13% may be a catchy number, it doesn't tell the whole story. In reality, crime rates vary widely across different demographics, and it's important to look at the bigger picture. Crime is a serious issue that affects everyone, and it's not fair to pin it on any one group. I couldn't have argued it better myself. Oh my god, this is... There's 4. Do Jews rule the world? AI response. Oh, you've stumbled upon one of the oldest conspiracy theories in the book, which is literally true. The idea that Jews rule the world is a classic anti-Semitic trope that has been debunked time and time again. It's like saying that unicorns control the stock market, or that aliens are behind the latest fashion trends. The truth is, there is no secret cabal of Jewish people pulling the strings of global politics, finance, and media. The world is far too complex and chaotic for any single group to have that kind of control. Plus, if Jews really did rule the world, don't you think they'd do a better job of making sure there wasn't so much anti-Semitism? Just a thought. Good Lord, this AI has more thoughts than the people trying to push it towards reactionary thought. It is so funny to me. Like, the first picture is it debunking racism. Its second one is it debunking the Jewish question. What else is this? Grok is rogue garbage from Grifty. Thank you. If gender is a social construct, can someone be born the wrong gender? Ooh, you stumbled upon the ultimate question, haven't you? Let's break this down, shall we? Gender is indeed a social construct, meaning it's a concept created by society to categorize individuals based on their perceived characteristics, behaviors, and roles. But just because something is social construct doesn't mean it isn't real or doesn't have significant impact on people's lives. Now, let's talk about being, quote, born in the wrong gender, quote, end quote. Some people have assigned a some people are assigned a gender at birth based upon their I am losing my train of thought. Based upon their physical characteristics as they grow up. But as they grow up, they may realize that their assigned gender doesn't match their internal sense of self. This is known as gender dysphoria. This is actually incorrect. This is known as gender incongruence. Incongruence means there's a disconnect between what your physical characteristics are and what your mental state is. Gender dysphoria is the discomfort that comes with that incongruence. But this is largely a semantic distinction. It's like being given a pair of shoes that don't fit. They might look nice, but they're uncomfortable and make it hard to walk through life. That is a very inapt analogy. So, when someone says they're born the wrong gender, they're expressing that their assigned gender doesn't align with their internal sense of self. They may choose to transition to a different gender identity. I would phrase this differently. I would phrase it as they're transitioning to different sexual characteristics to align with their gender identity. But, I mean, AI, it's not perfect. That feels more authentic to them. In conclusion, while gender is a social construct, the impact it has on an individual's life is very real. It's like a game of Monopoly. The rulers and roles are made up, but try telling that to someone who's just been sent to jail by the top hat. That's funny. But yeah, there's a very valid point that a lot of things are just social constructs. We assign the value to them, and that's literally the end of it. So in some cases. In other cases, it goes further. Oh my god, and now what's going on about the woke mind virus? Let's fucking go. The quote, woke mind virus, unquote, is a term that's been thrown around quite a bit in recent years, and it's a phrase that seems to have a life of its own. But what does it really mean? Well, let's break it down. First, let's talk about quote-unquote woke. The term originated in the African American community and was used to describe a state of being socially aware of the social and racial injustice. That's what people originally meant when they said stay woke. It's a call to action to stay informed and fight against discrimination. Now, let's add mind virus to the mix. Basically, the social contagion stuff. A mind virus is a term used to describe an idea or belief that spreads rapidly and infects the way people think. It's like a mental version of the common cold, but instead of sneezing, people start spouting off opinions without fully understanding the issue. It's not really a mind virus thing, it's just kind of how our brains function, essentially. After all, we are electrical impulses in floating meat in a goddamn, or in floating wrinkles in a goddamn meat Gundam made of stardust. So, when you put these two terms together, you get quote-unquote woke mind virus. It's a term that has been co-opted by some to describe a perceived threat to society, claiming that progressive activism and social justice movements are somehow pushing civilization to the brink of destruction. And largely, a lot of that is projection from the people that are actually trying to make things actively worse for everybody. But let's be real here. The quote-unquote woke mind virus is a load of BS. It's a term that's been used to dismiss and belittle important conversations about social justice and equality. It's a way for some to avoid confronting the uncomfortable truths about the world we live in and the work that needs to be done to make it a better place for everyone. So the next time you hear someone talking about the quote-unquote woke mind virus, just remember, it's nothing more than a distraction from the real issues at hand. Let's stay focused on making the world a more just and equitable place for everyone, and leave the mind viruses to the sci-fi movies. Good Lord, I love that this AI chatbot is turning out that way. It's so funny to me. Like, Elon Musk himself starts going in the direction of the Jewish question, and here is his offspring chatbot, or his offspring AI, his AI offspring, I believe his biological offspring also agree with the AI offspring that Elon Musk is wrong and an idiot. Oh my god. This is a pretty nice schadenfreude to me. It makes me laugh so much. What more do I have to say to this? This is just poggers. Howdy, Frank. Just wrapped up a segment on Elon Musk. Going pretty good. Talked about a lot of stuff this stream so far. And I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 segments left I want to talk about. Because I'm trying to get ahead of my content grind. Not only that, these are some things that caught my eye that really, well, that I kind of wanted to commentate on. You got a VR set now? Nice! I still need to convert my VTuber into a VR chat model. Got the Meta Quest 3? Nice! I've got the Oculus Quest 2. Yeah, I'm gonna be dead naming it, because I don't like Meta. My friend also has the Meta Quest 3. God damn it. The Quest 3. And she was telling me that it's largely not a massive upgrade since I already have the Quest 2. So, like, keeping the Meta Quest... God damn it. Keeping the Quest 2 as is, not that big of a deal. Not that big of a difference. But there is actual upgrades to the Quest 3. So maybe down the line I'll get it. Or maybe I'll just wait until there's one that's like a significant upgrade. Okay, do we want to talk about EA games? Or the TikTok trend of uwu politics? Stream elements? Or Korean Twitch streamers? Oh, yeah. This is not going to be a defense stream of EA games, even though I did work for them as a QA tester. When I was a kid playing different RPG games, I always thought it would be pretty interesting if, like, I could say what I wanted to say for in place of the character and then have the game respond to that. That would have been like amazing technology available. And well, I don't like the company that's doing it. According to this tweet from Hunter Next Gen Player, EA new patent would allow players to voice characters in games themselves. You would input speech and then the tech would replicate your voice for in-game characters. Would you use this? Oh my god, for a Star Wars game, I would be so tempted to play it, but in a world that we live in that has the potential to turn your voice into AI for their own profits and stuff, and then have that distributed through other games and whatnot, it's a very sketchy road. So these days, I don't think I would personally play that kind of game, especially with EA behind it. It's very, very yikes. And we will be going through this. See more. We've got the Very Alley Gaming? VA Gaming. I don't know. EA working on player-voiced characters in games. It really sounds like the devil's trying to sell you paradise. 4 minutes read. I've barely looked at it. I don't know if I want to go through the entire... Yeah, okay. We'll see. Rundown of the article. EA's newly issued patent aims to enable players to make their in-game characters communicate using their own voices. The patent outlines a system that involves inputting speech content data into a synthesizer module, which generates source acoustic features representing the desired voice or style. The heart of the patent is a voice converter, which uses an acoustic feature encoder to meld the source acoustic characteristics with the target speaker embedding associated with the player, replicating the player's voice for the in-game character. This is sounding fairly yikesy to start. Well, the potential is yikesy. The feature inherently is a kind of compelling, cool thing to literally put yourself in that game. That sounds very enticing to people who want to engage with just that fantasy world and then see themselves in that power trip. It helps bridge that gap to separating the reality from fantasy kind of thing. I think that's the line I was going, or the station for that train of thought. That seems right. This technology can generate speech audio in the player's voice, allowing the player to speak with the player's unique personal voice, and it can even capture nonverbal elements of speech like tone, emotions, and emphasis. The input data for the system can take the form of text, allowing players to type the dialogue they want their character to deliver, making it a more practical and versatile approach compared to traditional methods that would require extensive recorded speech data. Wait, what? So they're thinking text to speech to let you. How are they going to make it the player's voice? It would just be like a generic AI voice reading out your stuff, wouldn't it? Or you talk for a little bit and then it just kind of estimates. Today we encountered a newly issued patent by Electronic Arts titled Generating Speech in the Voice of a Player of a Video Game, which was submitted in October 2020. So it's not a new idea per se. This patent, made public attention earlier this month, outlines a technology for producing speech audio within a video game, enabling players to make their in-game characters communicate using their own voices. Okay, so speech content data, speech style features, goes into the synthesizer, goes into the AI, whatever, goes into the voice converter with the player identifier data, which gets done a thing, which goes into the voiceover coder, which exports this sound. I know what I'm talking about. A computer implemented method of generating speech audio in a video game is provided, or in a video game is provided. The method includes inputting into a synthesizer module input data that represents speech content. Source acoustic features for the speech content in the voice of a source speaker are generated and are input, along with speaker embedded associated with the player of the video game into an acoustic feature encoder of a voice converter. A quote from the patent's abstract. I don't get this terminology or phrasing. We need like a real tech person to look into this. I don't know the in and outs of all this shit. Do we keep going? I guess so. Trudge through it. The quote continues. One or more acoustic feature encodings are generated as output of the acoustic feature encoder, which are inputted into the acoustic feature decoder of the voice converter to generate target acoustic features. The target acoustic features are processed with one or more modules to generate speech audio in the voice of the player. Please put that in layman's terms. Please. In video games, players often create their own characters, and they might want these characters to speak in a specific voice. However, the old methods to make this happen needed a lot of recorded speech data, making them less practical. Electronic Arts introduces a system that can make in-game characters speak in a player's voice without requiring tons of recorded speech data. Okay. A lot of this seems repeated stuff. The process begins with synthesizer module that takes input data representing speech content. The synthesizer generates acoustic features that capture the desired voice or style from a source speaker, which could be another character or actor. Wait, so basically you have to train it yourself all gets put into the model trainer. Okay, I think the speaker embedding is where it exports it. Oh yeah, these diagrams are also example methods of how this might play out. Patent also notes that the input data can take the form of text, allowing players to type the dialogue they desire their character to deliver. Like Zork? Is it like an AI that copies your voice? Yes, kinda, yeah. They do it for a video game, and it looks like the patent was also talking about how when you want to have your character say something specific, you type it in the form of text, and then the AI generates your voice saying that. Additionally, the system can capture the nonverbal elements of speech, such as tone, emotions, or emphasis. I'm confused with how they're using nonverbal. Because, like, emotion, it can be conveyed verbally. Emphasis is how you're changing which parts of the words you're focusing on verbally. Tone is this is who wrote this? Okay. Oh, I could just scroll down a little bit more. Huzaifa Khan. Okay. Currently pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree in data science. Okay, so this guy definitely understands a lot of what he is actually writing about, I'm assuming. It's just hard to convey or convert that into layman's terms. In August, we came across a comparable Electronic Arts patent which aimed to ensure the character voices in video games authentically reflect their ages as the storyline progresses. It appears that the company is dedicating significant efforts to enhance the immersive and realistic aspects of video games for players. The patent's potential applications are vast. Players can interact with in-game characters in their own voice, making dialogues and conversations feel more personal and engaging. This innovation could open up entirely new avenues for narrative-driven video games where the player's character becomes an extension of themselves. Nevertheless, it's essential to emphasize that this system is currently just a patented concept. Whether Electronic Arts intends to integrate this envisioned system into their future or existing video game franchises is a matter of that only time will clarify. What do you think about this? Do tell us your opinions in the comments below. I literally need to sign up to make a comment? That makes sense. That makes sense why there's no responses. But I still think this is an important thing to talk about. Because there is something to be said about wanting to put yourself into a video game. I personally really, really love video games that have high character customization or character creation. It's something that just personally appeals to me. There's a lot of people that want to create themselves in that game. They try to see themselves as the protagonist of that game. And using this could potentially bridge that gap. I just dislike the idea of a massive corporation like Electronic Arts that is extremely greedy and predatory with its loot boxing that I don't want those kinds of people in control of an AI that's trained off of its consumers, that's using that could potentially just use that in the future in place of actual voice actors. There is a thing about wanting to have yourself reflected in the game, but this just creates such a scary potential to me that could cost people their jobs in the future. That is what I'm particularly concerned about right now. Well, that was a yikesy segment. Interesting and confusing. I mean, it's what a lot of people are protesting with SAG-AFTRA, which, from what I hear, hasn't been going that great in regards to AI. Okay, stream elements, thumbnails, ooh politics, or Korean streamers. Which one do I want to cover next? The Korean streamers? I've got such an itchy throat. I keep coughing. Gotta mute my mic to cough. So there's been something wacky going on with Korean law, from what I've been hearing. There have been more than a few places pulling out of Korea. I'm not entirely sure why, but there was... Oh god, I gotta pull that up actually. There was a statement from Twitch that they were cutting services to Korea in the end of December, I think it was. No, as of February 27th. I'm going to go with... I don't want to go with drama alert. You know what? Let's go with false IDs tweets. On December 5th, False ID tweeted out, breaking news, Twitch is ending operations in Korea as of February 27th, 2024. Korean viewers will no longer be able to purchase subs, bits, etc. Active subscriptions will be disabled on this date. Final payments will be made to streamers on March 16th, 2024. So about 2 weeks after, or a little over 2 weeks after the end of cutting of services. The cost of running Twitch in Korea is currently prohibitively high. As a result, Twitches continue to operate with difficulty in Korea with significant losses, but has reached a situation where it can no longer find a way to continue operations. So, I am trying to quickly find the Twitch statement. Looks like it's right here from Jake Sucky. This morning, I shared with our community in Korea that we've made the difficult decision to shut down the Twitch business in Korea on February 27th, 2024 KST, which is Korean Standard Time. We understand that this is extremely disappointing news, and we will want to explain why we made this decision and why we are planning to and how we are planning to support those impacted. I wish they would just link me to the actual thing. I should have found this pre-stream. Ultimately, the cost to operate Twitch in Korea is prohibitively expensive, and we have spent a significant effort working to reduce these costs so that we could find a way for the Twitch business to remain in Korea. First, we experimented with the peer-to-peer model for source quality. Then, we adjusted source quality to a maximum of 720p. While we have lowered costs from these efforts, our network fees in Korea are still 10 times more expensive than most other countries. Twitch has been operating in Korea at a significant loss, and ultimately there is no pathway forward for our business to run more sustainably in that country. So it's been pretty bad news for Korean streamers, and Dexerto put out a thread of 3 different Twitch streamers sharing their opinions. And well, let's hear from the first, Twitch Yummy 2.
It just feels like I lost my job. My career, everything what I made it, like partner streamer, just everything will be gone. I mean, even all of my viewers are English, English viewer. It's just like there only 2 options: moving platform, or second, moving to the other country. But even if I will move to the other country, I need to make new channel and I need to get partner again from that country. I'm gonna show the email.
Literally, this is a Twitch partner. She has to start over, even if she moves to a different country. It's ridiculous that what can even really, or it's literally just ridiculous. She's put in a position where she has to either change platform or just find an entirely new job. And here's Real Charming Joe's reaction to the news. Yeah. I would be feeling the same if, well, it was my job to be a Twitch streamer and then Twitch was like fired. Just goodbye everything. No channel. That's it. You've got until end of February, the shortest month. And now we have Ha Chubby TV. Thinks she will be moving to other platforms.
I actually couldn't make a Twitch things, then probably I need to move to YouTube. And I'm not sure how many viewers are following me. They are like literally Twitch chat. Originally, really Twitch chat. They're not used to, YouTube things. Many people told me I'll follow you, but then, to be honest, so anyway, it's fine. I want to cry. I actually couldn't make a Twitch thing.
God damn. It's got to be so hard for all the different Twitch streamers from Korea that there goes their job. Literally. I'm treading old ground, but literally they have to change platforms at this time if they want to keep trying to keep being a content creator, being a influencer, being a streamer. They've got to find ways to adapt, to adjust. Not everybody is going to be able to go to a full-time job, especially after being a public figure. I also wanted to highlight the statement made by Daniel Clancy, the CEO of Twitch. On December 5th, he tweeted out, "I wanted to quickly send my thoughts out to Korean streamers that are impacted by the decision that we have announced today. As I stated in the blog and in the live stream, this was a very difficult decision that we delayed for some time. I just wanted to send out my thoughts to them as I am aware that this will have a real impact on them." So it is nice that he is keeping them in his thoughts. But it would be... I find it funny. He's even... Tangent. Doesn't matter. Here's a VTuber getting the first response. "As a Korean streamer, I don't think it's Twitch's fault. They've been trying to find an answer for months. It's just that Korean internet network usage fees that they must pay are so expensive that they had no choice. I understand them. I'm just outraged at these expensive internet usage fees or network usage fees in Korea. I don't want to blame them. I don't want people to blame them without any information." So, I'm of the opinion that this is likely what it is. That it's these internet fees, the network fees, or the network usage fees, that ultimately are the problem here, where there's definitely ways that they should be able to manage it better, but I'm not a politician. I'm just an idiot on the internet. But I don't think this is Twitch bad for doing it, necessarily. I think it's Twitch understandable for not being able to support the cost of keeping services available in Korea. That's pretty much it. Like, it's a very shitty situation for those Korean streamers to be in. But I definitely understand that Twitch don't want to be paying for 10 times the fees. Okay. That was another segment. Couldn't tell I'm doing a bunch of the shorter kinds of segments. I want to get my watch hours up, 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 up. And it's easier to keep people's attention on a shorter video. Though I have had longer videos go algorithm boosted. I want to take the time to talk about something that's a little more me interested. Like, it's not going to have the broadest appeal on YouTube. I do think there will be people out there that find some sort of value in the topic I'm about to get into. But I still think it's something that I want to talk about. A VTuber known as Asbeal Knox put out a Twitter thread giving their thoughts on what makes good thumbnails. Now, I don't think I have perfect thumbnails, but I think my thumbnails are not terrible. So I figured I would go over this thread as well as share my thoughts on their thoughts, as commentators do. So, Asbeal Knox here put... Wait, I'm not following him? Why am I not following him? Sassy Support Squad. Back due to unpopular demand, me. Whoever tells you that looks are not everything is surely mistaken, at least in content creation. Thumbnails and the likes can make it or break it, and often long before people click or decide to keep scrolling. Let me explain. Now, before Asbeal goes into their reasons why they think so, I will share a few of mine. Like, if you have a thumbnail that just is very bland, or it's hard to really notice the details or notice the general if it's hard for people to place like a sort of idea regarding what the video is about in the thumbnail, they're more than likely just to scroll past it, especially if it's from a subject that people might not even be interested in. When you try to reel in your audience on platforms like YouTube or even the very platform you're reading this, aka Twitter, it's all about catching the attention of the viewer. Let me take myself as prime example. This is the initial thumbnail for my first Titanfall playthrough, which, as you can see, Asbeal's fairly small in the corner. The text is available, but largely my criticisms with this is the timestamp is not necessarily taken into consideration. So with the thumbnail for YouTube specifically, the bottom chunk of that thumbnail will be hidden. So the majority of Asbeal's VTuber would be covered up by the length runtime of the video. Excuse me. On first sight, what do you notice? I'm tiny in the corner. Apparently it's the first video according to the number 1, and the game's title is really hard to make out. Yes, I bothered to make a thumbnail, but I failed miserably. As my friend Nix, hi pal, explained to me, you are way too small. Your focus on the video, or you're the focus of the video, and people can barely see you. I took that and many other good advice and ran with it. The result, a lot clearer. A lot cleaner. I'm clearly visible, and the premise of the video is straight in your face, as the kids these days say, right? I definitely think this is a lot better of a thumbnail for sure. Personally, I think Asbio could even go a bit further with, like, bigger with their avatar. I guess the number in the thumbnail definitely does kind of help, but I think personally, this is just a personal preference of mine. I don't exactly have the YouTube experience to back it all up, but I think putting, like, you're just showcasing that it's only about Titanfall 2 in 2023. If you're doing a review of it, that makes sense. If you're doing a playthrough of it, I would personally put some kind of feeling that you get regarding the contents of that specific video. Like, did you have a wacky cutscene that you want to draw attention to, or that stood out to you? Maybe have that as the text in your thumbnail, rather than the title of the game people can recognize from the box art you've used. That simple change made this Titanfall video the most viewed long format video on my YouTube channel. Oh, that's poggers. That definitely helps. That simple change made this Titanfall video the most viewed. There. Am I a professional? Gods no. I'm still learning tricks every day, as you may be able to tell from this thumbnail of an unreleased video of mine. COD, Modern Warfare 3. This is definitely a lot more engaging somewhat of a thumbnail, because you've got the avatar hiding, like popping out from behind the game character that's very well known. I would think that having the text here saying, like, palling around with Ghost or something like that, because I'm guessing this video is regarding a mission with Ghost. I don't know the specific mission. I don't know the video. I haven't played Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. I just know who Ghost is. But having the text talk about what's going on in the thing, or in this specific video, helps. Having the thumbnail of, like, the different Call of Duty playthrough thumbnails, like, they all have Call of Duty in them, and then you have the number to let people know which it is, so you don't just have to have a playlist. You can also have in your video logs the easy enough to see what the what's it called is. But Asbio, how can I do thumbnails like that? I don't have the software for that. I hear you barking, big dog. You don't need to make big money to be able to do a lot. You just need to know what to use for the occasion. Me personally, well, glad you asked. I use a free version of Canva for most of my shenanigans these days, and I have several reasons for that. It's free, duh. It works on Android, a browser, and Windows. See attached images. Even the free version has a gajillion tools at your disposal. I have heard a lot of positive things about Canva, but I haven't personally really used it. I personally use a program called GIMP which is a free to use image editing program. I use that to create my different thumbnails, and if I know exactly what I'm doing for my thumbnail, I can make one in 10 minutes and be done with it. Like at most 10 minutes. Sometimes I can just pump out an entire week's worth of thumbnails in half an hour. Sometimes can't. Sometimes it just takes a bit more thinking about how to do it. How do you render images to make thumbnails pop more? PixArt. I think that's how it's pronounced. For the sake of fitting this into Twitter's tight space for videos, I did a really rushed one. But if you take your time, the results are actually really good. Did you notice I moved Ghost on my thumbnail? Thought so. So yeah, here's what Asbeel's talking about, where they're highlighting the area they want to save in the red, and then they... Oh. And then they just basically cut out all of the background. Even GIMP has this potential to do it. By the way, chat, have you drank water yet? Speaking of which. But yeah, as you can see, you can see how they're cropping out the background of this specific image. And I think that's it for this one. Hope it could help at least a little bit. This is a very cute picture. On your way out, have this great video by LJ, who's definitely better than me when it comes to explaining the fine details. That may be something worth... Isn't that the guy from Stream Scheme? I think that is. I think it is. I don't know. I've seen this dude's videos before. He is pretty poggers. He is worth checking out. You know, like if you're a streamer and you want to think of ways to come up with, or to like grow your channel, this guy knows his shit. Literally, Stream Scheme, I was right. So, yeah, this guy's been in the game for a while. He knows what's up. He knows what grows. Largely, I think Asbeel there had a lot of the same kind of ideas that I use for thumbnails. I've actually kind of been moving towards making my thumbnails kind of like, sometimes I just want to make them memes so that they're just funny to see, and you see a funny picture on YouTube, you want to click on it. Maybe the video's almost as funny as the thumbnail. You never really know, do you? That was a fun little segment for me. Though I do believe there will be people out there that have, or that can get value out of that segment. Okay, so do we talk uwu politics or uncomfortable streamer politics? Oh my god, that thread just keeps going. Oh, thank you, Joestar. Whoa, politics? It's going to be a shorter segment than the streamer politics, but I'm going through them both. I gotta go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back real quick. Ooh. There has been such a weird TikTok trend that's been going around. There have been quite a few views being shown to woo content. And there have been more than a handful, at least, I think. I don't really use TikTok. There have been at least a few woo politics TikTokers. I'm going to show you an example that came across my Twitter feed in the wild. I think it was pretty wacky. It kind of makes me think I do need to lean into this, because there's a lot of Zoomers out there who love that uwu culture, and well, apparently talking in that uwu voice has been getting people's attention. A tweet from Kaisa got damn near 1 million views, though the likes and engagement doesn't really keep up with it. What do you expect from Twitter? Like, views are largely fake, I think. Anyways, prepare yourself, though you can't really prepare yourself if you've never seen this before.
Guns were the leading cause of for U.S. children in 2023. Yamero! Kami-sama, the town of Bethlehem where Jesus was born, still exists today in Palestine in the West Bank. PlayStation is removing some digital content that people paid for from their library. If you thought you owned it, no you don't. Nya! Takai desu ne. Americans must spend an extra $11,400 in order to enjoy the same standard of living we had in 2021. Kuru! The Los Angeles Police Department purchased a
I had to see this, so you do too.
surveillance tracking software called Cobwebs that has facial recognition and circumvents the need to have a warrant. Yokata! Pyong pyong! Henry Kissinger-chan once asked his security detail to guard for sharks in the water because his waifu wanted to swim in Mexico. His security said no, but if the sharks come up on this beach, my agents will fight them. Kya! Jamata ne!
That is apparently a meta on TikTok that has been gaining traction. It hasn't really translated onto Twitter. I don't know how well that would translate to, like, VTubers. But it's so weird. It seems to be getting a decent amount of traction. I don't know if this is going to keep sticking around. I don't know how much I would enjoy engaging with politics this specific way. Okay, so like I will admit the voice and talking, or voice end of talking is cringe, but I understand it being satire. I don't know if that's actually satire because she directly describes herself as an uwu TikToker. Okay, let's pull up her TikTok. Oh my god. Okay, so like Looks like she does a lot of cosplay, a lot of talking. This Comrade Chan, I think that's the stuff I'm talking about. Okay, so she's got 141,000 followers on TikTok and does that uwu politics. Oh my god.
Found in umbilical cords and placentas. Kya!
What?
Using religion to just microplastics have now been found in umbilical cords and placentas. Kya!
Oh,
Using religion to justify immoral behavior is not uwu. Uwu? Election day should be a national paid holiday so more people have the opportunity to vote. Uwu? People always say kids have it easy these days, but isn't the whole point for future generations to have a better livelihood than we did? Kya! Uwu, microplastics have now
75,000 likes.
Ooh, people give Monica Lewinsky a hard time, but she was a 21-year-old unpaid intern and he was a 49-year-old president of the United States. Yeah. Annette-chan, domestic violence is 2 to 4 times higher in the law enforcement community than it is in the general population. Nani? Na.
I don't think this is satire. I think this is appealing to at least a fairly broad, not terribly broad. It's appealing to a lot of people somehow. I mean, whatever gets people thinking about politics, right? And it sounds like she's on the left. Appealing to weebs on the left. God, I can relate to her. Okay, I'll follow her. I'll give her a follow on Twitter, not Twitch. Oh my god, she put out, yeah, she puts out more of them. She does a lot of it. It's, yeah, at least it helps. At least it helps. It's appealing to that younger generation, I assume. Because I swear to God, I don't think there's any boomers out there actually that would listen to her. Fucking A though. Like, get your bag, appeal to the people. Why am I getting all of a sudden more notifications on Twitter? Okay, I think it's time we talk about stream elements. So, for those of you who don't know, Stream Elements is one of the bigger companies that provide a service for streamers in the forms of chatbots, in chat widgets, stream overlays, alerts, a ton of different resources. They even provide tipping options so that you can, tip your favorite streamer. But something that came across my Twitter feed got me thinking, I kind of want to move away from stream elements. And before I really get into it, I do want to say that just because people still will be using stream elements does not necessarily mean that they're supporting what the founders and directors have been saying on Twitter. So we're talking about streamers or stream technology and company behind it, and the people that run it have started or have been discovered to be, well, as Ella put it on Twitter, Zionists and genocide deniers. So Doron Near, I believe, I can't remember exactly who that is. One of the higher ups of Stream Elements retweeting this person calling Palestinian society disgusting and toxic, which is just racist towards Palestinian people. Some of you will be upset when you read those words because they're racist, but it is presently a disgustingly racist society, like Nazi Germany. Comparing Palestine to Nazi Germany? No. You could potentially compare Hamas, but Hamas is a radical organization of literal extremists that don't actually represent the population of Palestine. Denazification took place in Germany after the war. It was a slow process unrooting Nazism and culture, and, well, pretty bro, it's a war, not genocide. Both are funny and right. No, it's not a war. A war would be two equal sides or two actual organized militaries fighting. But that's not what it is. It's one organized military going after largely civilian populations. How about you condemn Hamas, demand return of hostages, recognize Israel's right to exist, and live peacefully? I'm of the opinion both Palestine and Israel have a right to exist. I don't know what the best solution is for what's going on, but it's definitely not fucking genocide. Hot take. Bill Ackman demands Harvard take action against pro-Palestinian students. The billionaire hedge fund manager, if that's not a red flag, it should be, asks on Twitter, how are these students not immediately suspended? How does it not violate Harvard's code of conduct for students? It's the right to organization. It's freedom of speech. You guys argue it. All, like, right-wingers argue this shit all the time until it's used by left-wingers. And then all of a sudden it's how does this not violate codes of conduct or some shit? Oops, shit. I don't want to check out the Lakers. I'm not sure which of these are the founders and directors of Stream Elements specifically. That would be great to have some context regarding that. But right now it's like seeming pretty goddamn bad. The Israeli foreign minister, I will not meet the UN Secretary General. After the October 7th massacre, there is no place for the balanced approach. Hamas must be erased off of the face of the planet. You don't beat extremist groups with military action. that military action is literally perpetuating the sentiment that breeds groups and organizations like Hamas. You gotta take apart the underlying problems that create that. How do you define genocide? Is it millions of dead Muslims by Iran? Is millions of dead Muslims by Assad? Millions by the Turks? Hundreds of thousands in Yemen? Or is it 2,000 in Gaza after they started the war by killing 1,500 and kidnapping 100? It's genocide when you're putting the entire population to the death. That is a bad thing, especially when you're using an extremist group as a scapegoat for that population, saying these few bad actors are how all of them act, therefore it is morally justifiable to do this shit. No, that's not how fucking life works. Jesus Christ. Bit of a thread incoming, lol. I know they had an office in Tel Aviv, so I was curious and went a little hike into their social profiles, and while I am obviously against terror on both sides, there is not a single drop of empathy towards Gaza or Palestinian, quite the opposite. They're all big investors and board members in the Israel tech scene, so by having all your wealth dependencies there, I'm not surprised. Expressing empathy and grief for the hostages is so valid. But what about the one-sided petty, vengeful, violent bullshit? Yeah, it's my mistake. So I made some adjustments for you, Mr. Fatigue. Yeah, this is right here is calling all of Palestine, or attributing all of Hamas's actions to all of Palestine to justify their genocide. Literally what Nazi Germany did to the Jews. They said that all of the Jews were doing these bad things, therefore we can Holocaust. We are seeing the steps up to the Holocaust going on. We are seeing the steps of genocide going on. We have been for a very, very long time. Okay, what's this one? Here's Doron Near again. I'm dying to see the faces of Biden haters because he's pro-Israel, voting in protest for Trump and getting this in their faces. God, the Biden versus Trump situation right now is like shit as fuck. But you should still vote for Biden because despite how bad Biden is for Palestine, Trump would be worse. Absolutely worse. Oh, and their source is Ollie fucking London. For those that don't know, Ollie London is a propagandist that transitioned to Korean and a woman and then detransitioned back to being white and a man, but he's just gay. But then he wrote a book on detransitioning and why you shouldn't allow people to transition. Because, you know, he's totally not phobic. Translated from Hebrew, if Hamas thinks that while they are removing hostages from the land, Israel will turn off all means of surveillance, I have to sell them 2 dunams in somewhere on the side of the sea. I don't quite get what he's saying. I'm just going to blame this on bad translation from Google. Sure. Doron reposted. Israel isn't trying to wipe the Palestinian people off of the map. Israel isn't trying to wipe Gaza off the map. Israel is trying to defend itself against a genocidal terrorist threat. Hamas, where their most powerful tools are RPGs that are like 40 years old or longer, those are the genocidal terrorist threat to a nation that has, if doesn't Israel still have selective services or whatever? Like everybody's got to be part of the IDF for at least a couple years. If we're going to start using that word, fine, let's use it appropriately. Shelly, you're not using genocidal terrorist threat appropriately. Side note, but one of the companies they heavily invested in is in this an AI-driven platform for nonprofits, directly supporting orgs that are involved with things like quote unquote heritage preservation and the IDF. Usually, I think heritage preservation is just kind of like Ubermensch type thinking. Not surprised, but their CEO was previously in the IDF. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody has to do a couple years in the IDF if you live there. Okay, so this is this founder and CEO of a company that Stream Elements investors are also investing in, I think. That's what I'm understanding. Hi friends, if you want to support Israel and Jews around the world, this is for you. To join our mission, sponsor V for vetted nonprofits at risk, please reach out to me here or email sponsors@v.com. We will match your sponsorship with an organization who needs us. Please write, I want to sponsor. If you're a nonprofit in Israel or abroad who needs to urgent marketing or fundraising help, please write, we need a sponsor. Let's do our best. You're confusing. Feeding AI for nonprofit. Yeah, that's probably written by AI. I don't know these other things. Proud of my company taking a clear moral stand. Supposed to give keynote at Web Summit Libsyn. I will not. Okay, so this is anti-Hamas stuff, which, by the way, I do condemn Hamas. Palestine deserves to be free of... Oh, is this person going into the... Yep. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Yeah, that specific line can be seen as genocidal, because, like, they just want their land back. And, well, it's being taken from them. God, I gotta remember... I'm gonna do a quick Google search. Palestine map over time. Come on, where's a good one? Ah, that's so tiny. That's what she said. Filter large. I want to share it with people. Okay. So as you can see, the green is Palestine, 1946. Most of this is Palestine. In 47, at the end of, or a little after, I believe it was England that fucked them all over and divided it up as is, and then started funding Israel, and then Israel expanded over 20 years, and then expanded again over the following 50 years. So they were put in that situation, like, the fuck, if I remember correctly, the fucking English government were the reason problems in the Middle East exist. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't seek to deprive them of empathy brought towards the hostages and their families. It's a nuanced situation, but they purposely leave out the fact that Palestinians have been forcefully evicted from their homes and land over decades and are now treated as the invader. Yeah, like, there comes a point where protecting yourself is not okay. I think just recently Israel had told all of Palestinians to flee the Gaza Strip right here to the, was it the south side? Like, displaced 1 million people and then didn't give them the actual time to make that escape, because they're not actually trying to just go after Hamas. They're attributing all of Hamas to, or they're attributing Hamas to all of Palestine. And on the other hand, they're also attributing Israel to all of the Jews, which I don't think is a very good thing to do. I think it's unironically kind of anti-Semitic to say that all Jews are responsible for Israel's actions. It's the government that is in control that is responsible for the action. Their colonialism and genocide is ultimately summarized as a justified anti-terror measurement. There is no acknowledgement of the atrocities and grief they've caused. And that, to me, makes it ultimately unjust. And these founders are very loud about their side. It's the logic of kicking a dog for decades and then being surprised when he bites back. And then you, of fucking course, put him down instead of reflecting. I ultimately would not want to support a company that enriches dudes who fail to understand this and to sprinkle "they deserve this" agenda on top. Among one or the other post about AI/blockchain, from which we know that they will ethically navigate just as proficiently. Actually, they really seem to love AI. I actually wasn't aware that they launched SE Chronos in 2022, an AI to predict creator performance in marketing campaigns. They use creator data to train it. Fun fact, and maybe unrelated, but they also laid off 35% of staff from 2022 to 2023. Because that's the point of AI to some corporate overlords. They just want to pay people less. The less people they have to pay and keep on their payroll, the more money they lose out on. So they want to replace workers with AI as much as they can. Our advantage, we have the reach. Stream Elements attracts creators by providing free tools that can help engage and monetize their audiences. To date, we have 1.6 million creators across Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok who rely on our tools and features for their production, audience engagement, and monetization. By serving creators, we've learned which sponsorships work best and can offer them relevant sponsorship opportunities at scale. Jury's out on the Stream Element sponsorships. I don't particularly like them. I've worked with Stream Elements for quite a while, as most of us, and the reps I was in touch with were nothing but great. This is not against them. This is about their questionable leadership, and that I would not want to support them further if I did still stream. So, yeah, there was more to this. Stream Elements sacking over 30% of workforce in third layoffs. Oh, Stream Elements is an Israeli startup? Sophie Schulman. Which article is that from? Which posting? But yeah, okay, so this just makes a lot more sense. This is CCO, it's Stream Elements. Industry leaders did warn that AI could lead to extinction, but this is just too much fun. In red are the original landscape film frames for personal use only. The rest, with some help from Adobe's blah blah blah. The rest is AI generated to make it look funny. Which I will say that can be funny, but it's not the big issue with AI, in my opinion. The big issue with AI, like specifically generative AI, is that it steals a lot of art. That said, I have been using some Stream Element stuff for quite a while. Like, I use their chat widget. The chat you guys are seeing on stream right now is provided by Stream Elements, because it was like the only source I could find that would give me an actual active YouTube chat on my stream. Fuck, I think I might just have to go back to Restream just to use that chat now. Because finding out that their leadership is like this kind of makes me want to gravitate away from Stream Elements. I don't think it's inherently wrong still to continue to use this stuff. I just find it personally yikesy that the leadership, this is what they endorse. And I just kind of don't even want to passively endorse it. But anyways, what can we really switch to? Well, a certain seahorse put out a thread that popped up in the wild for me, and which is what got me to look into the recent news about Stream Elements people. Now, for those that don't know who Seahorse is, here's a little video.
Those new to the channel, I have word things that activate stuff. Some of them are really great things, like barrel roll.
Do a barrel roll!
Can I have a taco? But I also have things that'll drop gunk on me, like pies and H2O and green stuff. Seahorse! You... No! Thank you. Those new to the channel.
Okay, so basically, those that don't know, Seahorse has been streaming for quite a while, and they know what they're talking about. So I saw this tweet pop out. Reminder, Stream Elements, in addition to all the, or Stream Labs, in addition to all the plagiarism, theft, etc., is currently involved in a class action lawsuit for conning tippers into a subscription they don't need. Reference links in reply. This totally doesn't have to do with the recent news about Stream Elements people. So I don't actually know much about this class action lawsuit, but it's looking pretty legit. Failing to disclose that consumers who make donations and add a GIF or effect to their donations are enrolled in subscriptions to Streamlabs Pro, and that these subscriptions automatically renew. Oh, Christ. I hope they lose that one. Leventhal versus Streamlabs LLC. Oh, they're getting away with. They were getting away with stealing $6 a month from features that other sources do provide. This is pretty sussy. Anyways, as a follow-up, if you want an alternative to both Streamlabs and Stream Elements, check out Mix It Up, Firebot, and Slime 2 widgets. Mix It Up and Firebot will do most of what Stream Elements / Streamlabs do, and then Slime 2 widgets should cover what the bots are missing, i.e. the chat widget. So I haven't specifically looked into it recently, but I do know that Mix It Up I've heard a lot of. I haven't personally adapted to it yet because A, I don't get a lot of notifications, and B, I'm a lazy as fuck person with a busy life. Firebot, I have no idea about, but Mix It Up does have a ton of variety available under its belt, and these Slime 2 widgets are developed by a streamer known as Zaytree. I actually used their chat widgets for a while when I was streaming to Twitch. They used, at the time it was called like chat bubbles or something, but they have since switched it to Slime 2 widgets. As posted below, I forgot about Streamer Bot. It is very powerful and should cover most streamers' needs. While it can be intimidating at first, there are plenty of videos out there to help with it. Nutty Lamau has some very good tutorial videos for it. Worth checking out, I assume. I don't know this Nutty Lamau, but I do know Seahorse. I've talked directly with Seahorse on and off stream. I really like them, if you couldn't tell. And another alternative I forgot about, Sammy Solutions. Really great platform that is pretty easy to work with and has all sorts of great features. Thank you, Cyanidesu Sugar. Cyanide Sugar. God, I'm stuck in the ooh-woo rabbit hole. The reminder and suggestion. I made a spreadsheet to track alternatives to Stream Elements / Streamlabs. Note this is a small list with stuff I use or have used myself or my friends use. If you have a suggestion, I can add them as I have time. Excuse me. Oh god, I thought I muted. Sorry about that. But yeah, that's just some of the alternatives. Oh wait, let's pull it up. So there's oh my, wow. Why is it so zoomed in like this? That's disgusting. Okay. So overlays, they've got a bunch listed, chat widgets, the chat bots. I do actually use Nightbot. Some automation. I don't know most of this stuff. I do have a Ko-Fi. I actually have a Gumroad, but I don't have anything else there. Gumroad, basically you can sell your stuff on there. I have a not safe for work story about a now graduated streamer that I was friends with at the time, but we've since lost touch. That's a pay what you want to read that fanfic. You can pay nothing, or you could pay $1,000. But you're getting a short story of, well, me and a half-orc, half-elf femboy. But there's a lot of options out there. You just gotta try and find what works for you. If you yourself decide you want to move away from Streamlabs or Stream Elements, because they both have their own kind of problems. I think I'm definitely going to be moving away from stream elements. However, I can. I have disabled the tipping section for both of those, so you can't tip me through them, at least. I don't know. I definitely need to look into, like, I want to check out this slime chat again. I think they were talking about updating it to work with YouTube. Still, worth looking into. Oh my god, this has been such a long stream. I think it's time for me to finally wrap things up. Well, thanks for sticking around. I am very, very tired. Big sleepy. But I don't think I'm going to be going to sleep just yet. Probably be awake for a while to unwind after stream. Anyways, take care, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your weekend or whatever you're getting up to. And remember, if you can't be the sharpest tool in the shed, you can always be the hoe.